Hi. How are we? Ooh. Give me 1 second. Ooh. Fucking. People start messaging me when I'm about to go shitting live. Okay. Mm. Du, 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 du. Okay. Hello, chat. Box. Fans. People. Wankers. Alright, hey. Got a few little projects I want to start thinking about today. I'm maybe going to do one as well. I have plans for next month. I'm traveling, not to Israel. I'm traveling next month. Um, I want to do. I want to try to make. I want to try to do a few more. Not like another subreddit drama. I don't want to do video essays for a while, but what I want to do is something that's kind of between prepared stream segments and video essays, which is just like I kind of did it a little bit with the Intercept and the October 7th rape denial shit. I did it with that, but it wasn't really as pre-prepared as I wanted it to be, because I feel like if I was doing it pre-planned, I wouldn't have 5-minute segments where I get triggered by chat. And I also would go through every detail that I've taken notes on, or I would actually like work to present it into a story rather than just kind of freestyling it. I think the way I presented their faults there was quite easy, so that's fine. But I think for the war especially is I want to do today I'm going to do something which is going to be comparing Trump and Biden on Israel Palestine from a perspective of if you are left wing and you think there's no difference, you're actually insane. And you hate Palestinians. But if I'm going to say that'll be one, and it'll be directed to that audience because I think there are some minds that could be changed on that, and it's probably worth doing. Um, and I can build a pretty strong case for it. The other one I could do is I want to maybe go over the ICJ thing and how everyone's misunderstood the fuck out of it. But if I do that, then I know the obvious response might be something like, well, how does this help? We've just said it's not a jet. Well, I'm like, okay, well, let's actually talk about the things that Israel are doing that are condemnable, that actually are probably war crimes, right? And I can go through all the lists of things that are actually have been done and no one denies they've been done. And they deserve all the condemnation and raj that they get. So, like, see, S Vinegar with the Biden, let's slow down. That's fucking retarded. That's your opinion. Like, you think that's the only difference if you're like, if you hate Palestinians. I don't know what to say. But again, I want to actually demonstrate that in a kind of prepared content way. Maybe it'll come off like a manifesto or just maybe a bunch of prompts on Obsidian, and I can just go through all the links and show you guys. Like, I can do it like that. Because manifesto would imply I'm just reading out the whole thing. I don't want to do it like that. I don't want to read out an essay on stream. I just want to go with some prompts. Because the difference is pretty wide. For the bottlenecks thing in Gaza, yeah, I did that. I did that. Hang on. Hmm. Okay. I'm not playing. I'm fucking texting you, dickhead. All right. Okay. It's more important to convince MAGA to vote by I mean, I there are the argument for Republicans voting Biden is if you care more about the Republic than you care about Trump as a personality, then you should vote Biden. That's why some Republicans are voting Biden. But I'm not the one to make that argument because a Republican, a principled Republican who respects the Constitution is probably not going to want to hear it from a Scottish person. Okay, that's maybe. Whereas the Palestine thing, I think I can communicate to quite well. I can speak to that issue more clearly and more convincingly. You got to know your strengths, chat. Can't do everything. Anyway, I can argue with Republicans and other things, but I can't be all like the Constitution, the First Amendment. Like I don't know. That's for Americans to do. Okay, that's alien to me. All right. Hang on. Hmm. Oh, fuck me. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. What would you do if second thought walked into the room like a sleep paralysis demon? Bro, second thought is the least intimidating fucking physical being in the entire planet. I don't. Yeah. What, you're just talking at me, just telling me about capitalism and socialism. How socialism is much better, and also the USSR was based. Um, damn. Although he does look a little bit like he would sexually harass a woman in that shirt. Okay. Spring Breakers. Did you see Finkelstein walking into one of his classes and people cheered? It wasn't a class, was it? I don't think it was a class. Like, I guess Benny does it as well. This having your shirt this low. I mean, I guess Benny's in a hot country probably because he's sweating like fucking buckets. But he, people who have their shirts down like this, especially if it's like a more floral or loud shirt, when they have their shirt buttoned this low, they just look like, I don't know. It just makes me think they're about to go and sexually harass a bunch of fucking spring breakers. But anyway, what? Okay. Um, nah, I don't want to. Oh, oh. Don't don't care. Okay. Ah, where's the thing? Is there not a thing here of this? Bro, he's Finkelstein's so funny, man. Oh wait, sorry. There you go.
if that was for me or against that thing called destiny.
That laugh is so funny.
Destiny.
You could clip that laugh.
Okay.
Bro.
There's men that watch this.
I want to go. Okay, why is there apparently a fucking war in my subreddit? I saw this post. This post is fine. Pro-Palestine boxoids and pro-Israel DGGers. Isn't that the point though? Isn't that what we want? I want them to fucking. That's what I want. I want these wankers out of their shitty fucking circle jerk echo chamber bullshit, okay? That's what this is a good place for it. The truth about Palestine. Syria. Palestine. I mean, this would be... this would be better if Palestinians weren't dying in the, like, tens of thousands, but okay. Okay. This is facts. Yes, Hezbollah have been releasing many hype videos. Oh God, I don't know. I can't. This was such an arc, bro. Can you imagine it? Here, okay, look, I don't want to dwell on it for too long, okay? Because I know what he meant. He still said what he said, but I know what he meant. He confused. He's confusing official with public, right? That's all he did, right? But I'm like, the thing that really frustrates me is, can you guys fucking imagine? Can you imagine what would have happened to me? Can you imagine if I had said this during the transgenocide debate? But I'd be fucking dead. They'd crucify me. I'd also probably never stream again for the embarrassment. I'd be so fucked. God. He's a lot less relevant though. He does get a lot of attention. It would be the end. Yeah. I got in trouble for saying that it started in 41, even though that's not a controversial opinion at all. But I'm sorry. Okay, I'm over it. I'm over it. Luffy, is this what? Hey, all right. Good one. Geospace lasers. Hey, good one. Oh yeah, lots of Jews support apartheid in Israel. They support unequal rights. Okay, cool. I think Palestinians do as well, and when they're asked about one state, but I don't think it's 49%. I guess you'd have to ask them specifically, because rather than being like between two states, one state, and one state for two people, if you just ask them if it was one state, would you want equal rights? I feel like a lot of them would say no, but I don't know if it's 49, maybe more, maybe less. I don't know. Don't know. Ugh. That was because Demon Mama couldn't read Wikipedia properly. I know. I was there. I was there. European elections for the parliament. Okay. Oh, we already saw that. Is there much of a Reddit war? Resource for updates. Lion of Zion. Okay. No EU election arc. Fuck off. Eli Hassel. I think I saw. He said the N word. Oh, okay. Probably not the one I'm thinking of. Is this the subreddit Vals? I don't know. Non-stop war between dual loner and Destiny fans who are pro-Israel and DGG Boxoids, and a few there are r/Destiny exiles in here who are pro-Palestine. Is that because Forethought banned them? I mean, I have red lines around some things, but doesn't look to me like the pro-PS commentators are overwhelmingly Boxoids. Got a lot of people flowing in from the rest of the website. None of them engage in discussion about the genocide term the way you'd expect a loner box viewer to. Oh no. There are untrained voices in the discussion. Uh-oh.
Norm and Benny are historians. Wayne is a
What is
Middle
this?
East
This is
analyst.
just the segments of them
Wayne,
fighting.
Mr. Bennell, Mr. Bennell.
Those kids weren't just on the beaches, as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did. You could Google it. You could
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkelstein,
respect,
or-
with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
But you only collect what the UN says that you like.
You see, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. You don't.
I can read from the
Did you
UN
hear-
website
did
itself.
I
In regards
say-
to the Great March of Return,
Please
they said,
stop with your
while the
idiotic-
vast majority of
with your
protesters
idiotic-
acted in a peaceful manner,
No, listen to what
during
he
most
said.
protests, dozens have
Penny
approached
pointing
the
to the
threatening to
iPad.
damage it.
With all
Multiple
due
commanders
respect,
until all these
Mr.
people
Bennell,
signed
do
off
not tell me
on
what I don't
killing
understand.
for Palestinians.
I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. I admit that as a signal.
Waste of
I-
time.
it's so, you know what it is? It stinks of insecurity. That's why Finkelstein seems so desperate to like impress Benny Morris with the quote sniping and shit like that. It's so the insecurity is just absolutely fucking dripping off of him. Muin is not insecure. He's a very confident and charming speaker. Delightful, actually. But yeah, Finkelstein is like, the insecurity is actually insane. Anyway. How happy he was that Benny cited his work. Anyway. Anyway. Voluminous amounts of reading. Thick reading. Okay. I think you were slightly too harsh on Rabbani, Loner. Nah. Rabbani does pretty cringe shit sometimes. It's the overwhelming thing that I see him do twice now, of just throwing in the most out of place overwhelming. And I'm like, bro, why? Don't do that. Stop it. There has to be a word for it. Especially when it's used in a mutually exclusive sense. Like, they found it overwhelmingly plausible. Okay. Okay, dude. Rabbani, I know Rabbani is an extremist, David. I don't know why you feel like you have to correct me every time I say that he's a good speaker and he's not insecure and he sounds nice to listen to. I know he's an extremist. I know he says insane shit. Anyway. Fucking. Any pro-Palestinian speaker you'd advocate for? Avi Schleim. Rashid Khalidi. They're probably the two that I like the most. Let's see. So what's this?
Night raid on the Al Shifa hospital in northern Gaza.
So I don't know what exactly. I think the thing that's happened here is that the IDF went through the north of Gaza in the middle. And I think they just kind of took out whatever fighters they could find and then just left, I guess, or left it undermanned. Because I feel like there's been a whole bunch of troops or battalions who have been redeployed outside of back out of Gaza. But yes, I don't actually know if they're. I don't know what the idea is there. Whether they've only secured like a bunch of corridors through Gaza, or if they're actually doing a full-on occupation, because for some reason they've raided Al Shifa again. So I don't know what happened between the last raid and this one, where they said that Hamas had regrouped. So I don't know what's happened there, in the sense that maybe they went there first, then they left, I guess, and left the doctors and the patients to it, and then now they've come back again. Like, I don't know. Let's see.
Hamas-run Gazan Health Ministry says around 30,000 people are sheltering there, including patients, medical staff and people who have fled their homes. Well, the Israeli Defense Forces issued an aerial video of what they say is part of the raid. They say it shows militants firing towards IDF troops in the area of the hospital.
Oh, look at that.
Figures released earlier by Gaza's health ministry now say 31,726 Palestinians have been killed across the Strip and nearly 74,000 injured in Israel's offensive since the 7th of October. Social media footage taken at around 3 a.m.
I mean, I would imagine what Hamas is doing now is they're almost like they're kind of fighting what's in between probably a military campaign and an insurgency. Like, it's starting to resemble more of an insurgency.
Time and verified by Sky News shows smoke coming from the hospital area. The video was taken from a balcony nearby where both gunfire and military aircraft could be heard.
We know that senior Hamas terrorists have regrouped inside the Shifa hospital and are using it to command attacks against Israel. Our targeted mission isn't just an operational necessity. It's a global imperative.
You know, Hagari, this is supposedly the guy who said we're going for damage, not accuracy. But apparently, it's translated from a Hebrew talk that he gave, a Hebrew statement. Apparently, he never said it. He said something kind of similar, but apparently, again, I'm saying apparently a million times here. Apparently, he was talking about the difference between this current campaign and previous ones, where they would previously do what was called cut the grass, where they would more carefully, in his opinion, in his view, suggest like key Hamas targets that were the most imminent threat in terms of like rocket fire and things like that, to basically debilitate their offensive capabilities for a period, right? Whereas now their mission is to destroy Hamas's military infrastructure completely. So, and that's what he means by damage and accuracy. But I'm just wondering, because apparently the context of him saying accuracy is him talking about being more selective with the particular Hamas targets that they choose. But I need to find the original statement before I'm convinced by it, because right now I haven't found the original speech of him saying that. I've just seen them saying what he said from the IDF site. So apparently this is their explanation. He did not say in Hebrew or in English the quote, "The emphasis is on damage and not accuracy." On October 10th, during a lengthy press briefing with Israeli correspondents, the spokesperson spoke of the types and quantity of Hamas military targets the IDF is choosing to strike, the munitions being used to attack such targets, and the underlying analyses involved in making these decisions. Describing that decision-making process, the IDF spokesperson stated that balancing accuracy in selecting which exact Hamas targets to strike and the scope of damage to Hamas's overall military apparatus, the IDF is focusing on maximum damage. Meaning, in the early days of the war, once the objective became to destroy Hamas's military capabilities altogether, the IDF made a strategic shift from focusing on exactly which Hamas targets to hit to striking as many Hamas military targets as possible, with the aim of dismantling all of Hamas's military capabilities. So according to them, they're saying that they used to have, in a previous war, they would have had a bunch of Hamas targets, X number, but they would only choose the ones that I guess were the most threatening, like the most important ones, and just go for a selection of those military targets. Whereas now they want to target all the military targets, and that's what they mean by maximum damage. So, I don't know. Anyway, just thought I'd throw that out. It's interesting. But apparently he never said it, but I don't want to sign off on it completely before I find the actual talk. They say it's accessible to all, but I'm like, where the fuck is it then, bro? It's not here. Apparently there's also something about this Hebrew word which could be exactness rather than accuracy, but I don't know. So if anyone knows where the original is, you can drop it in my stream chat, please, because I couldn't find it. And he's probably speaking Hebrew, so yeah.
Meanwhile, a UN World Food Programme report has said that at least 70% of the population in northern Gaza faces imminent famine. Of those, 210,000 are already in the worst category, phase 5, which is catastrophic hunger. The report goes further to say that an Israeli offensive on the border city of Rafah, where the majority of the country's displaced people are sheltering, will drive over 1.1 million people, that's 50% of Gaza's population, into phase 5. Speaking at a conference on humanitarian aid for Gaza in Brussels, the EU's foreign policy chief, Joseph Borrell, has accused Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war.
In Gaza, we are no longer on the brink of famine. We are in a state of famine. It's not a
flood. Oh my God, his name is Borrell. Oh God. I'm sorry.
It's entirely man-made. By whom? Let's dare to say it. By whom? I'm coming from Washington, and I dare to say, well, yes, Israel is provoking famine. Oh, how do you say that? What evidence do you have? Come on, what evidence do I have? Hundreds of trucks are waiting to enter. And it's absolutely imperative to make crossing points work effectively and open additional crossing point. And it's just a matter of political will.
Sky's Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle has the latest from Jerusalem.
Well, you heard the justification and the military reason for it in the clip from Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari. In a nutshell, they say, intelligence that Hamas fighters, including some senior commanders, have regrouped in the hospital compound, very big compound.
Is there any veracity that Israel is unilaterally stopping aid trucks? I mean, you can have a look at the thing. Let me find out. Let me check. Because they actually do have a website where you can see the number of trucks that go in every day. But I thought the problem, at least when I last checked, maybe it's changed. I thought the problem was that trucks weren't getting through the crossings. They were getting through Rafah and whatever the fuck the other one is, Kerem Shalom, but they weren't able to access safe routes within Gaza. That's what I thought the problem was, but let me see. Let me find the site. I think it's this, isn't it? Yeah, this is the truck tracking thing. And you can... There's something that gives you... See, they even tell you like what's in the trucks. Diapers, cooking oil, charcoal, clothes, croissants. Okay. Pallets. But where do you get by the month? Compared to previous, there's a thing that gives you like a table. Fuck. Aww. There should be a... Supply, dispatch. Why did I feel like there's supposed to be medical monitoring? I think this is going to be dispatch. No, I don't think this is it. Let me see. $16,000 trucks in. Do you just have to do this? I thought you could do a whole month. Why is that not the case anymore? What? Unless something I'm on the wrong page? Let me see. Maybe there's a link on this tweet. Because there was a tweet that was showing pictures of the website. Is it this? This might be it. I think it's from the UN. Okay, this might be it. Entries in people, entries and exits of commodities. This would be it. Yeah, human food products. Okay. So you go by year. You can go by 2024. And then you can choose the month. So you can choose January. They haven't done February yet. So apparently in February, 2,959 food trucks came through. Okay. Medical supplies, hygiene. And 2023, if we go back to here, previous months. So that's January. What was December 23? 2,200 food products. Go by November. 1,737. I think October was quite bad. 789. And what was it before October 7th? See here, 2,199. So if you divide that by the month, calculator. What does this say? Just say 30 average for a month. So it would have been 73 food trucks a day before October 7th. This is why when people say the 500 trucks a day, they're referring to all this shit as well. Construction materials, construction, they're referring like agricultural raw materials. They're referring to a whole bunch of things. I think that's where you... Is that entries and exits or entries only? It says entries and exit, but I don't know how that, if it's the same as it is for each, if we've only got that one figure for both, I don't get how that works. Because what people used to say there was 500 or 1,000 trucks a day were going into Gaza before October 7th. So if you look at this, you add them all together, 2199, 3491. Whoa, not like that. That's not how you add. Construction would be 974, 583, 503, 161, 152. Industrial electrical applications 430. So there were 8,493 the whole month. Oh, wait, why is this not? Okay, fuck off. Then you divide it. I could have just taken that. Okay. And then you get around 283. So I'll just go from their number here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, about just under 300 trucks a day. That's where that comes from. But obviously, since October 7th, construction materials, construction, non-edible, like agricultural raw materials, this is not going through after October at all, really. I think in October there's some. It's hard to say because of October 7th with the date there. But if we go to November, see that it narrows down to this. So you get to 2,540. But when people say that it was 500 trucks a day, they're referring to everything. But for food, it seems to have been about the same, which is suggesting that the bottleneck is happening inside Gaza, not at the crossings. Because by December, October was the month where it went way down. Like, that was a problem. But if we're looking at now, December, it seems to be that it was about the same as pre-October 7th. Or if we go to August, maybe? Just 2,500, July. But it seems like food trucks, the numbers aren't changing that much for human food products. In January, it's just under 3,000. But obviously, the total number of all trucks for all goods, that's way down. So I imagine this is because the problem is distribution within the strip. Which is why I get a bit irritated when people say that, like, are putting on full blast those protesters who they think aren't getting beaten up hard enough when they're trying to block the aid at the border. But apparently, it doesn't seem like the bottleneck is being affected by them. Like, they're not the ones who are causing it, but yeah. You could also argue that the problem now is that in order to be doing a proper humanitarian effort, you would actually have to have more food trucks than usual going in, because obviously you have to accept the fact that people are, obviously need it more, right? Yeah, the needs have changed. Anyway, I don't know. Let's have a look at this.
In Gaza City, and are starting to command operations from there. So from the Israeli military perspective, it is fundamental that they go and seek out and eliminate those Hamas fighters as part of this ongoing war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip that's now more than 5 months old. This is the second time that the Israelis have launched a major operation on Shifa Hospital. The last time was in November for similar reasons, and that was to go and find Hamas fighters and Hamas infrastructure. On that occasion, they uncovered some tunnels. It was done with great international concern because of the patients and staff inside the hospitals. And I think the general feeling was that the evidence uncovered of Hamas presence in the hospital didn't necessarily justify the size of the operation. Nevertheless, Israel went in and they have moved on through the Gaza Strip over recent months. And as they have done so...
Sounds cool, but wouldn't you need less since you now have less mouths to feed? No, you'd need more because people are more likely to try, well, even the IDF said this themselves, people are more likely to try and commandeer entire trucks so that you might actually get unequal distribution that you wouldn't normally get in peacetime. So you would need more, right? Because you have to anticipate the fact that maybe one truckload or one huge chunk of aid that could take care of 100 people is getting seized by 5 people, right? Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah.
So it's not that they have left northern Gaza exposed. It's not that they have left it completely as a military, but as their forces have gone elsewhere through the Gaza Strip, they have seen pockets of Hamas pop up again behind them, if you like, back in the north and back in the centre. And that looks as though it's what has happened this time.
Wait, say that again?
Now, what I think the general feeling was that the evidence uncovered of Hamas presence in the hospital didn't necessarily justify the size of the operation. Nevertheless, Israel went in and they have moved on through the Gaza Strip.
Did you reach the conclusion that it's about the same amount of food trucks getting in compared to before? Apart from October and a little bit November, it seems to be that case, yeah. But this is just from this website, which is, again, what is this? United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Unless I'm just completely misreading something, it seems that way, no? Because you see here, human food products, 2,900, January 2024. Then say September 2023, 2,199. No? Or have I misread something? I think the problem is distribution within, but okay.
Over recent months.
No, this is total. It's not just from this organization.
And as they have done so, it's not that they have left.
This is where people get the 500 trucks a day thing from. They're referring to 500 trucks of everything, including like construction material and all that shit. Like, yeah, that's not obviously not going in now.
Gaza exposed. It's not that they have left it completely as a military, but as their forces have gone elsewhere through the Gaza Strip, they have seen pockets of Hamas pop up again behind them, if you like, back in the north and back in the centre. And that looks as though it's what has happened this time. Now, obviously, when you have a hospital like this, which has, and in the case of Gaza, it's not just patients and medical staff, but thousands of people also seeking refuge and shelter there, thinking that because you're in the hospital confines, you will have a degree of security. So with that and a military operation, again, serious concern about the lives of innocent civilians inside the hospital. Some people will cite international law.
Low-key, think your analysis of the data is a bit wrong. Don't be low-key. Tell me why it's wrong then. I want to know, because I could be misreading it completely, but you can just tell me why it's wrong. That's just the understanding I had, was that the big issue right now, it's not to say that there's not, like, people have enough food in Gaza. Obviously they don't. Obviously people are quite, like, the desperation levels and the famine risks are higher than they've ever been. But I think the reason for that is because there are parts of Gaza, especially the north, where there isn't enough safety assurance for the people in the trucks to go and deliver the aid. So there are parts of Gaza that are getting there are parts of Gaza that are getting aid and other parts that are getting nothing at all. And the blame is going to Israel for that as well, because they're being expected to open humanitarian corridors to allow the trucks through to the north, but they haven't done it, or people say they've underperformed in doing it. Anyway, let me see. Where's my chat? Whoop, here you go. That's the data.
And say, I think as Hamas have done, this is a war crime. It's my understanding, though, that of international law, that if the attacking force, the Israelis, have good reason and can prove that there is a sort of a military operation from within this hospital, i.e. Hamas are in the hospital, then that does give them the legal justification to go in.
Okay. The problem isn't opening corridors, it's securing corridors. When Israel does that and Palestinians storm the trucks, IDF gets blamed. When they don't, IDF gets blamed. You can say that. That might be true, but it's also the opinion of other people, including some of these organizations, including the aid people who are delivering the aid. The position is that they don't feel like Israel has sufficiently assisted them in safely delivering the aid. So I don't know. Yeah. Take it or leave it. Fucking Voivia, thanks for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. Wow, that's so generous of you. Okay. Let's just blame second thought. Yes. Let's do it.
To buy.
What the fuck? Why am I getting the... Why are people sending me Noah Samson video? Gaza aid ship, Biden. Why am I getting shown this? Is there something interesting here? This is America talking about the aid ship. This is the airdrops not being the safest way to deliver aid. Okay, everyone knows that. Shelling in the north. Hospitals attacked 9 times. Okay. It's 5K compared to 3K. That's total. The date for January might be complete, not be complete. Oh, okay. What's this? The UN, 10 UN experts release a statement. Israel has been intentionally starving. Oh, okay. Is he responding to fucking comments? Oh no. Oh no. What's this?
Sniper fire. It was really horrific and overwhelming.
If you scroll down on this video, you will find comments that say, this is war. This sort of thing happens in all wars. This is Hamas's fault. Hamas did this. If it weren't for October 7th, none of this would be happening. There is no reasoning with these people, so don't even try. They have been blinded by Israeli propaganda, laundered through Western media outlets.
Oh, that's helpful. Who are you making this fucking video for then? Bro. Noah has a heart and empathy. Didn't he do a fundraiser with a guy who literally supports October 7th and thinks there's no such thing as Israeli civilians? I.e., didn't he just like fundraise with a guy who wants the war to happen, who wanted a war and is getting it? Okay, fuck.
And feel either indifferent to or empowered by Israel's clear bloodlust for the genocide of the Palestinian people. They may have watched this video, but the stories of these Palestinians who have been murdered by the terrorist state of Israel, these stories went in one ear and out the other. They can see evidence that the Israeli military shot 1,000 people, that they have starved, then lie about it over and over. And still, after all of that...
Oh yeah, he counted every death and injury as them being shot and then added... rounded up, but okay.
Feel nothing. It makes me feel...
It wasn't 1,000 people shot. No one said, like, no one's made that claim. I think if you look at the, what do you call it? The Flower Massacre, is that what we're calling it now? Like, even witnesses who were there said that a lot of people were run over or trampled. But I guess he's just taken every death and injury and said it was all snipers? Okay, whatever.
Feel like I'm going insane. I can't think of any explanation for this beyond their humanity has eroded to nothing. To the journalists, the politicians, and the media figures that have cheered this genocide.
He weaseled out after getting blasted on Twitter. No, he did. What, did he not go on to... Did he not go on to the Bad Empanada stream? Did he not go on? What? Oh God, are they going to fall out? He did not. Oh God. Oh shit. Facts? Sorry, no way. There's no... Can someone show me that? How would you show me that? I would know. Because... Actually, maybe I haven't seen it, but... low-key taking this out of context? No, I'm not. He thinks people who are even just like liberal pro-Israeli, or even, he thinks people, if someone's saying this is a war, like, or that this is what happens in war, he's not interested in engaging with that argument, even though I don't know what war exactly he thinks we should compare this to.
By sniper fire. It was really horrific.
This sort of thing happens in all wars. This is Hamas's fault. Hamas did this. If it weren't for October 7th, none of this would be happening. There is no reason.
Unless we're assuming if it wasn't for Hamas on October 7th, none of this would be happening. So unless the assumption is, does he disagree with that? Does he think that if Hamas had not struck Israel, then Israel would have done exactly what they're doing right now anyway? Just for no reason? Does he believe? Yeah, if someone says that Hamas instigated on October 7th and gave casus belli to Israel, if he thinks you can't reason with someone who thinks that, that's basically everyone, apart from like the 1 or 2% of the population that this guy represents. He's saying that Israel has always been doing this. I don't recall the last time that Israel took out 30,000 people in the space of 6 months or 5 months. It's bullshit, to be clear. Feels more like 1 or 2%. Welcome to the internet. I didn't actually know. Is the bad empanada not going to fall out with him over that? Or is he keeping the friends he can get now? I feel like if you agree to do an aid stream with Bad Empanada and then you pull out under pressure, I feel like he'd have something to say about that, no? Yeah. Unless he's finally realized that I think he's finally realized that doing the thing that like that following communist traditional 20th century communist party discipline, where your only enemies are people who are as left as the mainstream can get, but not left enough for you, then I feel like maybe he's just realized that that actually isn't a very good idea. Okay. Oh well. Who knows? Okay. Did the IDF use snipers? I don't actually know. They might not have, but realistically, it doesn't matter how responsible Hamas is. It's a terrorist organization. Why would you demand shit from them like it would do nothing? It's not about demanding shit from them. It's just that no country in the world is going to tolerate another organization, a de facto government with a military, coming over your border and killing 1,200 people. They gave you a cause for war. That's like they give you a casus belli. And unfortunately, people who turn a blind eye to that or try to justify it or who flat out support it, but then on day 2, they become outraged and start crying and start writing eulogies and lighting little candles for the people who die, for the civilians who get caught up in that fighting and die in the middle of the war. Those people are trash. Those people are disgusting. Yeah, I think it's probably worth calling that out. Anyway, whatever. Sorry. I feel like I'm just I feel like I'm circling the drain of this fucking conversation. I want to do more productive shit. Fuck. I want to talk about Trump and Biden. I want to make some notes. We're going to compile a little list of the differences between Trump and Biden on Israel-Palestine. Trump and Biden on IP. File cannot contain a fucking slash. Kill you. Fuck. You think there should be a diplomatic way of handling this? I agree. I do. Out of interest, Overpink, because you seem new and probably more far left than the average viewer here. My opinion is, TLDR, it's been the same for a good while, is I think there should be a ceasefire. If not a permanent one, it should definitely be a humanitarian one over Israel going into Rafah, because the humanitarian situation is an absolute disaster right now. That is the first thing. As for a permanent ceasefire, yeah, it should happen, but the problem is that what are the terms of it going to be? I don't think it should be unilateral. I don't think you should just say, because that's what Hamas wants. The ceasefire that Hamas will agree to is Israel stops and leaves, and that's it. And Hamas can just kind of like pick up the pieces and what, try again, I guess. That's not feasible. That's not a reasonable ask. Israel is not accepting a ceasefire unless Hamas surrenders, basically, like a permanent ceasefire. I feel like you need third or fourth parties to get involved to actually try and square that difference, because I don't think Israel and Hamas are not coming to agreement on their own for a ceasefire. And that's why I think the efforts from Qatar or from Saudi or from the United States to try and to orchestrate a kind of a ceasefire agreement that's permanent, that doesn't involve Hamas staying in power, but also doesn't involve Israeli occupation. I think that's what needs to happen. But I don't think the war stops as long as Hamas is still there, is still allowed to govern. There needs to be something else there. I know they rejected a plan into exile. Yes, I know. Hamas wants to keep fighting. Hamas thinks they're winning, just so you know. This is what Hamas wants. When people say, actually, you know how that Amnesty report said that Hamas doesn't use human shields? And the reason they said they don't use human shields is because they believe, according to their analysis, and it's quite a unique analysis, where they don't believe Hamas uses human shields because they don't believe Hamas co-locates their military apparatus with civilians as a way to avoid being struck. That's more or less because they think that you need to actually intentionally use the human shield to deter your enemy from hitting you. Whereas I think if you're going to say that's not why the human shield, it might not actually be, because it might actually be more likely that Hamas attacks from civilian areas. One, because it's the only way they can fight, but two, is because they know that if there is some civilian collateral, but not too much, apparently, I think Israel does have such a thing as too much. I don't know where exactly that line is, but if Hamas has their military apparatus in a place that will get struck, but it's next to civilians who will also die, I think Hamas, whether or not they do that intentionally for that reason, as a policy, it benefits them. If Hamas fires like a bunch of rockets from next door to a civilian house, and the proportionality assessment has basically deemed it legal that they can strike that site knowing that there might be 4 or 5 civilians who die in the process of taking out that target, then that benefits Hamas, because their whole reason that they say that they're winning right now is that the body count and the humanitarian crisis is so high and so acute that they are pushing that the world is turning against Israel, and they consider that victory. So if that's the intent, then that's not even a shield. That's just like yeah, take me out, but I'm going to make sure you're taking out 5 civilians with you so that you look bad while you do it. Like, I don't know. But I know that I've seen videos where the IDF like where they abort strikes because there are just too many civilians in the area. Like I know that's the thing as well. But I think what's more often the case, I don't know if that happens as often as they are just firing from civilian areas where there's just like the amount of civilian casualties from hitting that military target is just going to be legally acceptable. Like it passes the proportionality test. Yeah. Whose responsibility is it to distribute aid? To distribute would be the aid agencies, but to allow for that distribution would be Israel, I'd imagine. That's probably how it works. Anyway. Let's undertake. Trump. Let's start with Trump. Okay. The first thing about Trump, actually. Let's go. I think he believes in collective punishment. I'll just do a list of both of them and try and do them in the same order. Have you seen this quote from Trump? Hang on. Where is it? Let me put this to the side. Ugh. Fuck. Trump. Terrorist families. Do you remember this quote? And he says it a couple of times, I think. He said it in 2016 as well. Is in reference to ISIS. He said the other thing with the terrorists is you have to take out their families. When you get these terrorists, you have to take out their families. They care about their lives. Don't kid yourself. When they say they don't care about their lives, you have to take out their families, Trump said. Trump said he would knock the hell out of ISIS, criticize the UN for fighting a very politically correct war. War against ISIS. It's outrageous. And then this quote here is it's incredible. And it's not the only one, I don't think. Okay, that's one. Let's get another quote from here. He's not wrong. Okay, I'm glad you think that. What, about the fact that they don't care, that they care about their families, or the fact that you have to take them out? What the fuck? Where is the other quote? Is there another quote? Apparently he said it in 2016 as well. Was it on the campaign trail he might have said it? Reverse his position on torture and killing. Okay. Flip-flops on promise to torture suspects. Is it from here that take out the families? This quote, dude. This quote is it's so powerful. All right. Oh, it's this one again. Okay. Now it says here he walked it back, but you know what? I don't actually think that matters because he walked it back a few months later. The problem is if he said it, say, let's imagine he said it in October and then walked it back in fucking March, like this month, like last month. Or this month, sorry. Fuck. Yeah, that's still a big problem, right? Fuck me. I'll say he walked it back though, let's be fair. No, wait, when did he walk it back? Or is the torture one a different claim? Oh. He reversed the position on torture. Oh, and killing terrorist families. Now, this is him now. Oh, wait, he walked it back. Yeah, March. Okay. I feel very, very strongly about the need to attack and kill those terrorists who attack and kill our people, Mr. Trump said Friday in the statement released by his campaign. I know people who died on 9/11. I will never forget those events. I will use every legal power that I have to stop these terrorist enemies. I do, however, understand that the United States is bound by laws and treaties. And I will not order our military or other officials to violate those laws and will seek their advice on such matters, okay? Walked it back 4 months later. And let's see if there's anything more. Probably got another one. Because I don't think that's the end of the story. I don't think that's the end of the story, because he also... Hang on. Excuse me. Because he also... I did a video about this. He relaxed the rules of engagement in Afghanistan. I think this was after 2016. Might be wrong.
Every time.
Let's go on. Let's do research by watching your own videos, Lonerbox. Fucking beast. God. I thought this video was based. The Joe Rogan and the Hard Men one. Oh, it was 2020. My God. Are you and Beast ever going to make a video together again? Maybe a stream segment might pop up every now and then. I don't think I'm going to do a collaboration with anyone for a while, though. And it's not because of anything Beast did wrong, or even Dylan, really. But it's just because I'm just not... I get way too fucking frustrated doing collaborations. It's just not for me. Right, where is this article? Cost of war. Rising toll due to airstrikes. Okay. Relaxing rules of engagement. Okay. Afghanistan, 2017. It was airstrikes and landmines, wasn't it?
Lonerbox, you smarmy cuck bastard.
And civilian deaths dramatically increased. Is this for mines as well? No, this is another one. Okay. Oh, I need the doc. Uh-huh. Okay. Allow use of landmines. Okay. Did I not paste the article for this? Wow, we'll learn about. It's probably because the title's right there. Trump to reportedly allow use of landmines. Trump to reportedly allow use of landmines. confirmed the policy change would, according to a Pentagon review, increase danger to U.S. armed forces. So did he try to, or did it actually happen? Did he actually do this? Trump landmines Afghanistan. Not known to have placed any landmines in the peninsula. To upend. Why is there never like a confirmation that it goes through? Loosens. This is 31st January. January. So did he do it? Rescinds restrictions. Okay. Yeah, has cancelled the Obama administration's policy to prohibit the United States military forces from employing anti-personnel landmines outside of the Korean Peninsula. Oh, huh? Not in Afghanistan then. Oh, outside. Wait, what? Hang on. Where is he actually going to do this then? Afghanistan? Outside the Korean. What does that fuck does that mean? Like anywhere else? He said he does not vision landmines being used in current military operations, saying, I don't see that right now. Okay. So it didn't result in people using them in... permitting only if they have a 30-day self-destruction or deactivation feature. Okay. Step towards the past. Would increase danger to U.S. armed forces. Oh, the prohibition. Increased danger. Okay. I think we can leave this one out, because if they've done it because they think it'll reduce danger, but is that true though? Has anyone said otherwise? Because I see a Nobel Peace Prize, but a campaigner to ban landmines. I don't give a fuck about this. Where is there any like military or security people pushing back against this? Why did Obama ban it if it was if there wasn't a problem with these ones that they're using? What does Human Rights Watch say? Washington Post. I think it might be better to stick to the strong ones, like relaxed rules of engagement. That would matter. Surely, I feel like landmines. Everything I hear about them from people I trust are that they're just bad. That you're just not supposed. That there isn't a way to make them good. But let's see. 117,000 landmines showered over Kuwait and Iraq by American planes. Oh, you dropped them in from a plane. Fuck. Fuck off. Hang on. Because if they're saying that they're only going to use landmines that deactivate or self-destruct in 30 days. The Trump administration would reverse its 2014 ban on the use of landmines outside of the Korean Peninsula. Okay. So they still have a ban in Korea, I guess, but not anywhere else. not signed the mine ban treaty in 1997. A single mine was placed in Afghanistan in 2000. Why did they put a single mine? What? Just one as a treat. Bro. Are they useful? Military veterans and humanitarian groups widely discredited these arguments more than 2 decades ago. Red Cross study. Red Cross are generally trustful. Trustworthy. Whoops. Where's the Red Cross? Okay. I'm going to link this without reading it because I am in that mood today. We're just trying to be a bit more chill. Because I would be a bit more critical of this particular one, but I feel like the mission of this particular video is to convince leftists. And I don't think I need to convince leftists that landmines are bad, okay? Ugh. I'd imagine the reason behind the ban is because human rights organizations deemed them bad. Study on landmines. Since put in place by Obama. And for the restrictions, take them here. Or is it here? It's probably their headline. Oh yeah, Obama policy. So I think even pointing out the differences between Trump and Obama as part of this is quite useful. Okay. Okay. Wait, why wouldn't it let me? Fuck off. Tried to turn Palestine into a Bantustan. I don't need to go. I can get it from Wikipedia. I just need the map. The map is all you need to be like, this is absolute horseshit. Let's go with this. Wikipedia. Need more separation. Differs from other plans. Hard. Right. Okay. Settlement freeze for 4 years. Sovereignty over settlement blocks. In his speech, Trump quickly contradicted himself by suggesting that the future capital of a Palestinian state could be in East Jerusalem, but only if Palestinians rose to the challenge of statehood. Netanyahu later confirmed that Trump meant Abu Dis, a neighborhood on the outskirts of Jerusalem and beyond the separation wall. The document itself suggests Palestinians could engage in a bizarre rebranding of Abu Dis and rename it Al-Quds, the historic Arabic name for Jerusalem. Wow. Gave a speech suggesting capital. Oh, fuck, I'll just leave that out. Yeah, okay. Leave that out with the speech. Gives up. How do you say it? Sells out? It's so fucking mental, bro. I can't believe that. Population transfer. Oh god, there's more. Transfer Israeli citizens of Palestinian origin who live in the so-called triangle. Hey, this is Sev. In Israel, next to the occupying territories. Includes of I'm just going to call them Arab Israelis. I don't care. In the triangle. Into the West Bank. What should I call them? I don't know what the fuck to call them. 48 Palestinians? Palestinians in Israel? Palestinians in Israel in the triangle. What a horrible sentence. Israeli Palestinians. Okay. If I say 48 Palestinians, because that's apparently the most politically correct one for the activists and shit, is that the problem with that, where no one knows what the fuck that means, apart from people who, like, it's just a virtue signal because people are already on board with you. Israeli Palestinians is used more in universities and colleges now. Oh. Is that like a progressive thing then, to call them Israeli Palestinians? Okay, we're getting on to drone strikes. That's a Biden one, though. Hang on. It's a progressive thing. Let's call them Palestinian Israelis. Let's be nice. Okay, we're good. Jordan Valley, critical for Israel's national security. This is where I get to say that the Oslo process had recently recognized this as not actually as critical as they say it is. Over the Jordan Valley. Which, after a 6-year. Okay. I didn't actually know that. Fight. Okay. Embassy. People of the inside. Seth should do something canvassing in Michigan, where a lot of Middle East immigrants are. Was it 9% who voted uncommitted? It might have had. I know it's had some impact because I don't think Biden is taking the stance that he's taking against Netanyahu for no reason. I don't think it's just for idealist reasons. I shouldn't ignore. How many people actually voted uncommitted? More than 100,000 voters. How many people voted? Fuck. That's Republican. I don't want the Republican. Democrat. Oh. 13%. Okay. What was it in 2020? Ugh. Oh my. I'm actually really retarded today. What the fuck? Michigan primary. Where's the breakdown, bro? Bro. Only 1%. That's pretty substantial. But also there were a billion other candidates. So as opposed to no, I think this is worth pointing out. Because even here you got like 5% between them, 81. So the feasible candidates get 81. Here, the feasible candidates got 88. What about incumbent years? That would be more, obviously. An incumbent year would be like 2012 with Obama. Presidential? I want the presidential election. Democrat. God. The results for getting, like, who went against him? John Wolfe Jr. Okay. Who the fuck is that? Can I get the Michigan results, please? Bro. Bro. Stop. This is just the state. Okay. Oh. Is this it here? This is delegates. This is the fucking vote, bro. Huh? New Hampshire primary? Oklahoma, Louisiana? Okay, here it is. Okay. Why? This is just the presidential election, isn't it? No, I don't want that. Where are you getting 10% vote other? What? Is that here? Or is it here? This is the delegates, though. Oh, no, it's the voters. I'm so stupid. Sorry. Oh, okay. So it was 10% voted other. Okay. So Obama only got 89. As opposed to Biden's 81. Okay. Okay. I'll take that for later. I should have probably kept that saved. Fucking retard. Much lower turnout, though. I think it's probably okay to say that the uncommitted thing did actually have some kind of impact. Okay, Trump Embassy, East Jerusalem. Right-wing American Jews, blah, 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 blah. What about the peace process? Toughest deal of all. Outrage. I'm just going to go simple here. Moved the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. When did he do this? 2018 or 17? Recognizes his capital. It was May, wasn't it? 2018. Okay. What has Trump been saying about it now? Trump, Israel, Palestine, October 2023. His turn against Israel offers stark reminder of what his diplomacy looks like. Oh no. Trump criticized Netanyahu, lauded Hezbollah militants as very smart, and sought political gain from the attacks that killed 1,200 people by claiming that if the last election was not rigged, he'd be the American president and they'd never have happened. The ex-president openly admitted a grievance against Netanyahu, complaining he had pulled out at the last minute from joining a US air attack that assassinated Iranian intelligence chief Qasem Soleimani. Private citizen, blah, 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 blah. Fuck, leftists might like this. Oh, God. Trump's grievance-based analysis reflects a transactional, unorthodox approach to foreign policy that often prioritizes his own personal goals over a standard understanding of the national interest. Where is it the person? Oh, is it just as a way of him saying that if I was president, this wouldn't have ever happened? Is that it? Okay. Trump singles out Netanyahu. He was not prepared. Israel was not prepared. Oh, God. No president has done more for Israel than I have. Our wonderful evangelicals are far more appreciative of this than the people of the Jewish faith, especially those living in the US. Wow. Demanding loyalty of American Jews. Because I guess most of them vote liberal, right? Spilling a gallon of blood. Oh, yeah, I need to look for that one as well. They're vicious, and this is I'm talking about Hezbollah. They're vicious and they're smart, and boy, they are vicious because nobody's ever seen the kind of sight that we've seen. Oh no, he's a Nasrallah simp. Bro. Verbal grenades. This is just him saying Hezbollah is smart, and if I was president, this wouldn't have happened. Okay, whatever. Even Ron DeSantis had to go at him. Okay. Whatever. Trump, gallons of blood. Is this recent? Okay. Ron DeSanctimonious. Where is a good site for this quote? Why is it all fucking weird newspapers I don't like saying this? The Hill, Times of India. Yeah, let's use The Hill. Are The Hill okay? Actually, am I confusing The Hill with like Rising or some shit? Trump warns US enemies, spill drop of American blood and we'll spill a gallon of yours. At the Republican Jewish Coalition Conference on Saturday, spoke at length about the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict, which is escalating as Israel expanded its ground operation into the Gaza Strip on Saturday. Concerns about the fate of civilians in Gaza, who have already been struggling due to Israeli airstrikes and blackouts, among other difficulties, have been heightened amidst the Israeli incursion into Gaza. We have set 2 goals for this war: to eliminate Hamas by destroying its military and governing abilities, and to do everything possible to bring our captives home. All Hamas terrorists are dead men walking, above ground, below ground, outside Gaza, Netanyahu said in a speech earlier this week. Trump also turned his verbal fire toward international college students and Democratic reps Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, the only 2 Muslim women in Congress for their pro-Palestinian views. He pledged to cancel the student visas of Hamas sympathizers on college campuses if he's re-elected as president. Bro, can I just come out and be like, listen, leftists, Trump's gonna fucking deport you for your tweets on October 7th. That might actually be the game changer. October 25th. He addressed the Republican. Prince saying over advisors on college campuses. Okay. This is the General Secretary of the UN. Okay. Okay. Is that all? Trump, Israel, Palestine. Anything big headlines? Peace plan. Breaks silence on the military campaign in Gaza on March 5th. What do you say? He's largely avoided weighing in as Biden faced criticism from within the Democratic coalition. It's probably because of all these like right-wing populists who for some reason are so anti-Semitic that they've decided to become pro-Palestine. Bruh. Okay. Declared that Israel must finish the problem in it. Fucking whatever. In its war against Hamas. Let's do this. Fuck. Come here. Okay, do it like this. Must finish the problem in its war against Hamas. His most definitive position on the conflict since the terror group killed 1,200 Israelis and took more than 200 hostages on October 7th. You've got to finish the problem, Trump said on Fox News on Tuesday when asked about the war. You had a horrible invasion that took place that would never have happened if I was president. When asked on the program whether he supported a ceasefire in Gaza, Trump demurred, avoiding an explicit position on Israel's military effort that has now also left more than 30,000 people dead in Gaza, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. The likely 2024 Republican nominee has not provided his own positions on US or Israel strategy throughout the 5 months of the war. Though a stalwart defender of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's administration during his presidency, Trump has also attempted to strike an anti-war posture on the campaign trail in the last year, attempted to contrast himself from Joe Biden and his remaining Republican rival, Nikki Haley. Frankly, they got off, Trump said on Tuesday about the Biden administration, claiming that the aggression by foreign adversaries would not have happened if he were still president. That should never have happened. Likewise, Russia would never have attacked Ukraine. While Tuesday's comments offered the strongest signal yet from Trump what direction Israel should take, he has yet to offer specific thoughts or proposals on how much the US should be involved financially, how hostage negotiations should be handled, the plight of Gaza's civilian population, or whether leaders should pursue a one-state or two-state solution. Reached for comment by NBC News, the Trump campaign promoted the former president's record on Israel and blamed Biden for the ongoing turmoil in the Middle East. Let's go from here if we're going to start, okay? Broke silence on the war in March 2023, 24. What did he say again? Or problem? And didn't answer questions about a ceasefire. Okay. President Trump did more for Israel than any American president in history, and he took historic action in the Middle East that created unprecedented peace. Caroline Leavitt, Trump's national press secretary, said in a statement, adding, "When President Trump is back in the Oval Office, Israel will once again be protected. Iran will go back to being broke, terrorists will be hunted down, and the bloodshed will end." That's a pretty good quote. Just days after Hamas attacked Israel, Trump, in a video posted from his Mar-a-Lago estate here, declined, "I kept Israel safe. Nobody else will. Nobody else can. And I know all of the players. They can't do it." Trump did lay out a few markers in the 3 weeks that followed the Hamas attack. He said on October 11th that a future Trump administration would fully support Israel defeating, dismantling, and permanently destroying the terrorist group Hamas, while telling the Republican Jewish coalition later that month that Hamas fighters will burn her forever in the eternal pit of hell. If I was the South Africa doing the ICJ case, I would actually just say he said Palestinians, right? And if I do that to leftists, they'll believe me. Oh, God. Fuck. October 11th said he would fully support Israel defeating, dismantling, and permanently destroying the terrorist group Hamas. Later saying, I'm joking. Technically, Hamas are all Palestinians, so it's not even incorrect. Okay. In the 4+ months since, however, the former president's once ardent public backing of Israel has gone mostly quiet. That silence ran parallel to Biden increasingly coming under fire from left-wing and Muslim American voters for his support of Israel's response to the October 7th attack. A coalition of voters is campaigning for Democratic primary voters to vote uncommitted or for similar ballot choices as some backed in Michigan, where the uncommitted vote earned more than 13% in last week's Democratic presidential primary there. A small uptick from the nearly 11% who voted uncommitted in 2012 primary when Barack Obama ran opposed. Ah, there it is. Okay. I'll take that for under Biden. Or just MISC. MISC. Or was 30%? Only slightly higher. And 28. Okay. Obama ran posed. Okay. I think this is all the Trump stuff we need. Oh, Golan Heights. Don't forget that. Whoops, I need this. This is not my Israel debate document, no. This is just for something I want to do about Trump and Biden. Ugh. What happened in Al-Shifa? Israel's raiding it again because they say that Hamas have regrouped in there. I think they said they've killed 20 militants and 1 commander. Okay. Israel. Trump Heights. No way. In 2019. Publicity summit with no legal authority. Wow. Old Trump Heights. Made the U.S. the first. The U.S. was the first country in the world to do this. Okay. Add Trump Heights to the travel plan. Bro, that is quite mean. It's so grim as well. Look at it. Trump Heights. Okay. I think that's all of Trump. And I think what I'll do after this is I'll make a. If I'm going to present this, I don't know if I want to present it as just Trump, 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 or show the differences. So the collective punishment thing, I can say this is what Trump does, and this is what Biden says about humanitarian aid. Rules of engagement. Here's what Trump says. Here's what Biden does, like drone war and shit like that. Bantustan. Here's what Trump says. Here's what Biden does. Is that probably better? Or do I just go through the list of one at a time? I could say all the Trump things, and then I can go with Biden and just say, so whilst Trump was doing this, Biden did this. I think the way I'm doing it now is better. It's not a video essay. I'm just going to do like a stream segment. I might even put it on the main channel though. Who knows? Fuck. Hmm. Hmm. The direct comparison for each topic. We have a poll. So there are two ways I might do this. One is I'm going to say, here's all of Trump's positions on Palestine and on Israel-Palestine, and then here's all Biden's, and refer back to the Trump one as do the Biden one. Or I'm going to do, here's what Trump says about this issue, here's what Biden says. Here's what Trump says about this, here's what Biden says about that. Here's what Trump says about this, here's what Biden says about that. One or two. Give me some ones or twos in chat for which one you think is a better way to present this. Okay. Just want to see what people say. Also, aid. Trump, aid, Palestine, Biden, resume. Because there are some that you can actually do together. Restoring aid, for example. Two is more effective, it pops more. That's what I think, yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's bring the breakdown is for economic and development. Assistance. 10 million for peace building programs through US aid. And 50 million for UNRWA. 15 million. Does that even add up? Okay. I'm wondering if I should just change the structure now. If I should just change the structure now or just keep going with the Biden thing and then I'll put it together. Let's do them separate now and then do the comparison afterwards. Biden. Don't be a post-structuralist. Shut up. Partially restoring. Okay, we'll look into that. Hang on. So, Biden's things. You got to make an infographic. Yeah, of course. Let's see. Just trying to think. Do I want to go for the collective punishment thing? There's so many, though. There's so many talks that Biden's had with Netanyahu. I'm trying to think of which one I want to go for. Did Biden say anything about collective punishment? I feel like he might have actually used the words. Oh, the water. Biden, Israel, water. October 2023. So here where he does it? Because it was a Biden thing, wasn't it? The water. Okay, let me see. Let me just make sure which articles I've got. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Where did I get these articles from? Okay. Pressured Israel to resume water supply to southern Gaza. So the timeline of this one is, let me check. There's a Times of Israel article about it. I think it was on the 9th when they cut it off. This was such a fucking insane thing to do. Like, it's a war crime, right? Let me see, October 9th. Piped water cut off on October 9th. 9% of Gaza's water supply. Were you against Ukraine cutting off water to Crimea too? Yeah. I can understand why people do it because they're incensed and shit like that, but I don't think you're supposed to do it. That's why Israel put it back. They agreed quite quickly to put it back. Did you say it was a war crime as it was with Ukraine? Whatever. Hang on. What's the thing that tells you about water? I also think it's a bad comparison because Russia has alternative ways to get water into Crimea that Gaza didn't. So let me see though. It's here where they talk about the water thing. Oh God. I'm trying to remember what the convention is about water. There's actually a specific one, isn't there? Is it Article 3? No, that's just collective punishment. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the exact. Oh, if it's if intent to cause death or force movement. I'll just look at this anyway. Casebook on war and armed conflict. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. Brr. So when did they turn the first pipe back on? One restarted at Tuesday at a reduced rate. So Tuesday, but the UN said this, but I think it was earlier than this, wasn't it? Other people said it was earlier. Tuesday from the 29th would have been 24th. I don't think it was for 2 weeks. I think it was shorter than that. When did Israel turn Gaza water back on? Oh, 15th. Israel says water is back on. That's Daily Mail, though. Oh, it resumes. US says Israel has resumed. Israel turn on water pipes, renewed water supply. Okay, Reuters, thank you. You're being trustworthy. Israeli minister says. Okay. First pipe resumed on October 15th. The pumps weren't working. Is that why it was long later? It took longer to actually start flowing at full capacity. Second, at the end of the month. They have a specific day? Let's go here. What about the third pipe? Is there a third one? Because there are only 3. Water, Gaza. Did they ever open the third one? Second. Where's the third one? Did anything happen about the third one? Do we know? Or is it fucking not working or whatever? Or did they just not do it? Let's say this one, I think, from the Times of Israel. We'll go back to this one. Because they said it was at full capacity. Wednesday. Or the 18th. I think it is. Or is it the 25th? 25th. Okay. Third water pipe. Does anyone know about this? Does anyone know what if there's a third water pipe still? Would this be a northern one? Okay. Fuck it, dude. All right, let's go for a next one. Oh, the Biden pressuring Netanyahu thing. Israel. Also. Okay. I guess we'll put Biden's quote here because it's never hear anything like this from Trump. Okay. So Biden pressured Israel. Okay, what else do we have? He spoke to Netanyahu about his targeting as well. Oh, the sanctions and the settlers. Yeah. Okay. Let's go that one. West Bank sanctions. Washington Post ramps up. Okay. Oh. Oh, an outpost. He actually sanctioned the outposts. It's really. Welcome back to World Brief. Oh. 2 outposts sanctioned and 3 citizens. Due to violence against Palestinians. There's no justification for extremist violence against civilians, whatever their national origin, ethnicity, race, or religion, he said in a statement. Today's actions further underscores our commitment to promoting peace, security, and stability for civilians in the West Bank and accountability for the individuals and entities involved in these actions. Okay. Sanctions on outposts, not just first time the U.S. has ever placed sanctions on settler outposts, as opposed to individuals. Rift between lawmakers. European Union also moving closer to doing the same thing. Following. Union close to following. Hungary they resisted, but then backed down. Hey, good one. Harshest criticism of Netanyahu. Oh, wow. Biden described Netanyahu as one of the major obstacles to peace and called for elections. The fuck? That's a separate thing in and of itself. My God, that's huge. I did not know he did that. Oh, that's Schumer. Okay. Whoops. Oh yeah, I'm retarded. Sorry. What's Chuck Schumer's job again? Because obviously we're talking about the presidential, which means his cabinet and everything. He's the Senate Majority Leader. Okay. I'll just put it here then. Is it Senate Majority Leader? Is that what he is? Biden backed the comment, though. Where does it say that? Jewish senator from New York. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, appeared to back. Okay. Schumer. Call to peace and called for new elections in Israel. Biden said it was a good speech. Okay, let's get this speech. That might be really fun to watch. "44 minutes. Are you kidding me?
Description.
Fuck off!" Biden said it was a good speech. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Said it. God, they really do not like Benjamin. This is a 44-minute. Okay, maybe I'll watch this later. Maybe I'll watch this another day. Biden delegating his harsh words to his senators. I know he called Netanyahu an asshole. I know that was part of it. I don't know. If you've lost Chuck Schumer, you've lost America. Okay. Interesting. A Jewish senator from New York, friend of Netanyahu, most centrist Democrat. Okay. Let's put this as a side note. Okay. Meanwhile, negotiations for a temporary ceasefire are set to continue. After Hamas proposed a new ceasefire plan, Israel announced on Friday that it would dispatch a delegation of officials to Qatar to participate in a new round of talks, although Israeli officials also called Hamas's proposals unrealistic. Haiti, Senegal. Okay, cool. Good article. Thank you, Foreign Policy, you fucking dancers. All right, let's go. Okay. This is so much fun. I love learning things. Okay, hang on. What was I supposed to look for? Fuck, I had something in my head. What the fuck? What am I thinking of? Chuck. Chuck Gooner. Oh god, my head is completely blank. What was I going to say? I just keep on moving. Thinking about Trump for some reason. Whatever, dude. Oh yeah, all the contrasting like from Trump. Two-state solution, just simple shit. Two states. February 24. We'll go for the ceasefire stuff as well. That's what I need to do. This probably doesn't really matter all that much for the argument I'm making, but fresh push. Why is it a fresh push? Mostly just looks like lip service, obviously. But in recent weeks, there's been a shift. Oh, October 7th, trying to broker a deal to normalize relations. Saudi foreign policy achievement before the 24 elections. Agreement with Saudi, formal relations, blah, blah, blah. The US, UK, and Israel, unlike nearly 140 other UN member states, have not formally recognized Palestine. The US has long stressed that Palestinian statehood should be achieved through direct negotiations between Israel and the PA, which oversees part of the Israeli-occupied West Bank while Hamas controls Gaza. Earlier this month, however, the State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller told reporters that the US was actively pursuing the establishment of an independent state after the war. I hope this happens. Like, fuck me. Like, it just, you know what it actually depends on? It'll depend on, let's assume they get rid of Hamas. It will depend on how much the world still cares. Politicians care about what people care about. They're elected representatives. If the world still cares enough about it post-Hamas, like post-war, as much as they do now, I feel like that alone will make a huge difference. But I don't know. We'll see. But if everyone gets bored, the presidents, they won't do shit. All right, let's see. State Department conduct a review of present policy positions on future recognition. Stabilizing and rebuilding Gaza, but also Saudi-Israel normalization. The big prize they're chasing. 5th visit to the Middle East. Ceasefire and hostage deal. Larger post-war settlement in which Saudi Arabia. Okay. What do I say about this? That they've indicated a potential shift of policy that they're discussing. Because so far, this just looks like lip service. Like, it's hard to tell. But if they're talking about policy review, it's something. Okay. It's remarks from Blinken. Reports. Again, if they're in power, you can pressure them to keep doing this. So, okay, let's just, yeah. Macron's still going strong? Yeah, I've heard, yeah. Okay. Current, what is it? Indicated possible shift in policy towards recognizing a Palestinian state. Date post-war. Yeah. Okay. Lincoln asked the State Department to review present policy options. Options on US and international recognition. Okay, and this was in January 31st. Okay, ceasefire, hostage deal. There's also kind of like willingness here expressed from Saudi as well. Saudi-Israel normalization. Plans for reconstruction and future governance. And a wider peace agreement. Enthusiasm from Saudi, Qatar, most likely with Saudi. Okay. Didn't know about that. Where did I even get that from? Is it just Google? What else is there? January 19th. This is February. After call with Netanyahu. Oh, the one with Blinken. Sorry, I missed this. When they identified Netanyahu as an obstacle to peace. Oh no. Boasted that he was instrumental in preventing Palestinian statehood. Yeah, okay. Rejected the ceasefire terms. Total victory. Saudi Arabia. David Cameron. David Cameron has been so surprising, the shit that he's been saying in the last couple of months. Ugh. Maybe he's just a changed man. Who knows? Or maybe it's just something to say at this time because it sounds good. Who knows? Okay, God, okay, I might not even do this today. I might not even present this today because I want to go over it and organize it and shit, but I just want to get it done. Okay, fuck. Let's just make sure we got all our notes. Right. Don't be retarded, Lorna Box. Let's go. Okay, indicate possible shift in policy. Yeah, he's always been one of the more liberal conservatives that he used to call himself in the Tory party, but my God. Austerity was not a good fucking period for him, I'll say. Not good. Fuck! Right. Ceasefire. What the fuck's he saying about ceasefire? 6-week ceasefire? Renewed call. He keeps on renewing the call. What a guy. Determined. Ceasefire before Ramadan looking tough. Okay, so that's old. Biden and the Irish PM spoke about it in St. Patrick's Day. Oh, with Ireland. So this is the newest one. Repeatedly pushed for ceasefire. There, March 15th. Secure ceasefire, blah, blah, blah. We both know a lot more has to be done. Irish leader, strong cultural and economic ties between the two countries. Yeah, because Biden's Irish. 6-week ceasefire. I need to find out what the terms of the 6-week ceasefire is. Calls for new elections. Good speech, but would not elaborate. What a dude. Funding to Ukraine. 21 billion, million, for UNRWA. Irish PM pushes Biden. Damn, take him on, son. I want to know what this doesn't mean shit to me. I want to know what the terms of the 6-week ceasefire are. Who's involved in that? 6-week ceasefire is ridiculous, regardless of which side you're on. No, but you're like Let's say I'm in the head of like the genocide Joe leftist. Let's say if I'm in that head. Let's say that the actual only difference between Biden and Trump is that it's basically the same shit, but with Biden you get 40,000 deaths by the end, but with Trump you get 50,000. Let's say that's the only meaningful difference. Like they'll just do the same shit, more people will die, but Biden will just do a bit of aid in between and save a few fucking like 1,000 lives. That's 10,000 people who are still alive who can like, I don't know, it's stupid. Economic Times. What the fuck is this website? See what Reuters saying about it. Temporary ceasefire does not save lives in the long run. Yes, it does, you fucking retard. The whole point in it, first of all, it saves lives of hostages, at least. It also gets Palestinians released from prison as well. Some of them who you would say probably don't deserve to be there. It also involves people in areas that are not combat-ridden as much as they used to be, like the north as opposed to what Rafah will be, to distribute aid. Like, where people apparently, you said people were fucking starving. The whole point in a 6-week ceasefire is to allow the aid to get into the right areas to save people who desperately need aid. Like, fuck. I hate you. All right. For a ceasefire. 6-week ceasefire. Most recently. It only delays the inevitable. What's the inevitable? That they're just going to go into the north of Gaza and fucking slaughter them? What? What inevitable? You're Lord Denethor. That's who you are. You've just decided it's done, and now all you care about is just like reading the pretty words in the eulogy. That's you. Fuck. Exasperation with Netanyahu. Six-week ceasefire most recently. Take any amount of time to achieve its goals. Yeah, its goals are getting rid of Hamas, not killing as many Palestinians as possible, Misha. If a humanitarian pause can give time to allow, first of all, evacuations from Rafah, and then also to allow aid to get more streamlined into the north, that will save lives in the short and the long term. But I know it's difficult for you to buy that because you don't think their goal is to destroy Hamas. You think their goal is to starve Gaza to death like a Nazi hunger plan. Which makes me, why are you here then? Why are you watching? Just give up. Go away. All right, hang on. Does Biden have like specific terms that he outlines of his ceasefire? Repeatedly push for a ceasefire. Are you prepping for something? Yeah. Hang on. We'll work towards a 6-week ceasefire. Is this Indian, apparently, this Economic Times? Mindia. And that's what the M stands for. It stands for Mindia. Airdrops, land deliveries. I could just say what happened here, that Israel basically accepted it and Hamas said no. Is this, let me see. I don't know what basically accepted means. Six proposal. Yeah. To allow flow of aid and release most vulnerable hostages. By Israel with a sticking point that Hamas had not agreed to a defined category of vulnerable hostages. Trying to work out a deal. Blah, 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 blah. Discussions. The airdrop aid. God, which fucking killed people. Huh? Okay. Go with that now, and then just say, what else is there? Oh, the aid bridge. Biden aid bridge Netanyahu. Red line. It's this one. They had their first call in a month just today. Okay. March. Did C chord? In C corridor from Cyprus to Gaza. March. Okay. The red line about Rafah will be a big one. Airdrops. Contrary to what Israel stands for, aid ship. Besieged territory. It's a red line. Okay, we'll go with this first. I think, wasn't there something to do with, what do you call it? Biden and Netanyahu having a rift over this as well. Biden see aid against Netanyahu. Didn't he say he would do it without Netanyahu's approval? He suggested it to Biden. Okay. Why did Biden say that they the first shipment reached 2 days ago? Okay. March 7th, 2 days, Hagari, coordinating. Wasn't there a whole meme that he said he would do this without Netanyahu's approval? What's happened there? He said Netanyahu's approach was hurting Israel more than helping. First shipment. Let's look at this. This is a news item. Does anyone have the... Was there not a whole thing? Did I miss this? If someone knows it in stream chat, they can put it in. But I thought Biden had made a statement about how he was going to build that seaport with or without Netanyahu's approval, which sounds like Netanyahu was telling him not to do it. But now Netanyahu's saying it was his idea or he discussed it. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Or am I just fucking insane? Am I just making that up? I swear there was a whole malarkey thing going on about it. Did Netanyahu oppose sea aid Biden? Oh, is it just the red line on Rafah? Behind the plan. So he's behind the plan. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess you would be for it because they're just basically doing... they're just making the job easier for you. Keeping the body count lower. Got that from a Reuters article. Reuters. Biden aid Netanyahu. See. Come to Jesus meeting with Netanyahu. What the fuck? What do you say here? 46 seconds. Come on, Biden. Short and snappy.
The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight,
I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters.
Watch this.
No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day.
He's so old. He is very old. Yes.
And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire.
Okay. I can actually use that.
The United States and believe
reiterated Israel's need to allow humanitarian aid workers to move through Gaza. Without getting shot. Good plan. Good plan. Okay. But apparently Netanyahu was behind this plan, so I don't fucking know. Netanyahu claimed it was his idea. This is 8 days ago, so. Yeah. Biden's criticism of war policies. Forbes, let's see. What we got here? It says most Israelis support him. Bro, stop. They support the war. They don't support you, bub. All right. I fucking hate Netanyahu. He is such a piece of shit. All right, let's see. Don't repeat this. You and I are going to have a come to Jesus meeting. He said that to a Jew. Bro. Apparently he's fully secular. That wouldn't surprise me. What's wacky is that the original Zionists, like pre-48 or pre-67 even, not only were they secular, most of them were either atheists or agnostic. Because you can technically still be a religious person, but still be secular, right? Like, you can believe in God and shit like that, but still, like, politically secular. Yeah, I don't know. I.e. communists. Yeah, a lot of socialists, yeah. Socialists and liberals. Most Zionists don't believe in God, but believe that God's on their side. See, Misha's like that's not true though. You got that from TikTok or some bullshit. Yeah. Anyway, I found the not waiting for Israelis. Reuters. Okay, Reuters. Biden not waiting for Israelis. 43% are secular today. Oh, does that mean 67% are religious, or does it mean there's like a in between? Never had TikTok. It's a fucking turn of phrase. You got it from someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay, hang on. Fucking. Is that my stream chat? We're not waiting for Israelis. That's quite funny. Although Israel is increasing the number of aid trucks, yeah, we're not. Who said this? Oh, whatever. Let's get the quote. So they got approval, but they said they were basically going to do it with or without. White House official? Which official? CAG. Who the fuck is CAG? Oh. US official. Okay. What else am I missing here? Pressured Israel to resume the water supply to southern Gaza. Place sanctions on Israeli settlers and outposts. Possible shift in policy towards recognizing a Palestinian state. Repeatedly pushed for a ceasefire. Implemented humanitarian sea corridor. He also resumed Have you seen the IDF video of them inside the hospital? I love IDF videos of them inside captured territory. So give it to me, War Thongs. DM it to me. I want to see it. Of the hospital chief. Oh God, are there going to be fucking AKs everywhere? This is no stethoscope. This is not medical equipment. These are lethal weapons of war. Why do you want to see it? I just love these videos. There's just fucking people talk about Israeli Hasbara and shit like that, and it's just a fucking soldier with no media training pointing at weapons, going like, "Look, fuck you." Anyway. It was the Daniel Hagari one. The one from the calendar video, the one that all the dipshit leftists forgot about, that he actually also shows weapons in it. Hospital calendar video. But where's the full video? Oh God, the full video is a pain in the dick to find though, wasn't it? The longer one. Is it this one? Oh my God, TikTok.
I'm here in Gaza City. We are here next to a house of a terrorist. His house is right next to a school. His house is 200
this
yards.
This is apparently the international fucking media brainwashers with the multi-billion-dollar propaganda industry. Look at it go.
From the hospital of Rantisi. Next to his house, there is a tunnel. The tunnel is built with electricity. It goes down directly to the area of the basement of the hospital.
Fuck off.
I want to show you a room where we found all the gear, the operational gear of Hamas. Hamas is using hospitals. Look at what Hamas is holding inside the hospital. This kind of gear is a gear for a major fight. These are explosives. It's a body vest for terrorists to explode on foot. We are now in the area of the basement of the hospital. I want to show you a room where we found all the gear, the operational gear of Hamas. Hamas is using hospitals. Look at what Hamas is holding inside the hospital. This kind of gear is a gear for a major fight. These are explosives. It's a body vest for terrorists to explode on forces. Among hospitals, among patients, we have hand grenades, Kalashnikovs, and then we have the RPGs. People shooting RPGs from hospitals. This is Hamas, firing RPGs for hospitals. The world has to understand who is Israel fighting against. We are now in the basement.
Like, I'm just saying, it's like, it's very sincere and everything, but people talk about these guys like they're a fucking slick propaganda industry, brainwashing people and shit like that. Which is definitely has no anti-Semitic undertones, but it's not. It's just a guy like with no media training being like, actually, he actually is the media guy. Just being like, bruh. This ain't no medicine container. It's a fucking grenade, bruh. Like, yeah. But this is actually the video where the calendar came from, no? Yeah, this is where the calendar was in this video, in the 6-minute version. He actually shows them, look at this. And people are like, oh, but you got the fucking calendar. Like, come on. Chill the fuck out, man. I don't even know what you call that. There needs to be a word for that style of propaganda where people counter the video by saying, oh, but you got the names wrong on the calendar. Like, what about all the fucking guns and the fact that they're stored and the motorcycle in a fucking hospital basement? They're like, no, but you got the calendar names wrong. That's so fucking weird. Thanks for finally pointing this out. What do you mean finally, you fucking asshole? I've been pointing this shit out since like the beginning. Anyway, okay, whatever. I think you're one of the wankers who came in from the Traveling Israel videos and you just assumed I don't do this shit anyway. This is apparently is it in fucking Hebrew, bro? Don't be.
שימו לב, אנחנו נמצאים פה במשרדו של מנהל בית החולים שיפה, בואו תראו מה מצאנו. כפי שאתם רואים, המשרד של מנהל בית החולים. בחוץ אפשר לראות הרחבה מפורסמת של בית החולים, את הבניין הקטרי ממול ואת בניין המיון פה משמאל.
Okay, geolocation.
בואו איתי לחדרים.
What we finding? What we got?
בסמוך למשרד המנהל.
Uh-oh.
2 חדרים שנועדו לשהייה של מחבלי חמאס. בהם נמצאו גם רימונים, גם מרגמות, כדורים והרבה כספי טרור.
What's that?
שימו לב, אנחנו נמצאים פה במשרד.
נמצאים כאן במתחם בית החולים שיפה, בבניין הקטרי, במיון. מצאנו כאן כספת. הוציא הכל.
That's a lot of paper cash.
הנה הכספת.
What does it say? Oh, that's Hamas's logo. Okay. And PIJ with the fists. Okay. Islamic Jihad.
נמצאים כאן במתחם בית החולים שיפה, בבניין הקטרי, במיון.
This ain't no medical insurance, bub. These are terror envelopes. Yeah, okay, grenades. Is it a pipe bomb? Bullet ammunition? What's in the little pouches? Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. I'm supposed to remember what the fuck Biden was saying. Oh. The envelope apparently says blessings for the work of Hamas and PIJ. Bro. Bro. And apparently he's saying, as you can see, this is the office of the head of the hospital. Next to the head of the hospital, a couple of rooms for Hamas troops, a lot of grenades and weapons. Okay. Cool. What the fuck? There's a Biden thing I was supposed to remember. What the fuck was it? Ah! Come on. Focus. Focus, Lord Bot. Okay. Just memes? Oh, resume funding. Okay, gotcha. Don't forget that. Might be nails and screws in the small bags. Oh, for those, what do you call them? What are those explosives that are full of nails? I know because fucking Yanukovych, his cops used them in the Maidan. Fuck. I don't know what they're called. Fragmentation. If you don't know, don't say, please. God, fragmentation. I'm sorry. All right. Yeah. Okay. Resumed humanitarian aid previously JDAM frozen by Trump. Okay. 2/3 for UNRWA. Whoa, not 3/3. UNRWA. Blah, 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 blah. Palestinian leaders accuse Trump of being heavily biased towards Israel. Okay, yeah, obviously. Who will receive the aid? Oh yeah, we already kind of got this, but this chat is very helpful. I don't know. Aren't all grenades shrapnel grenades? Oh, maybe that's what it was, just for grenades, right? Doesn't have to be for anything special. Additional 15 million for COVID assistance. 2021. $150 million for UNRWA. $75 million for economic and developmental assistance. Okay. Is there anything I'm missing here from Biden and his differences between Trump? He pressured Israel to resume the water supply for southern Gaza, placed sanctions on Israeli settlers and outposts, shift in policy towards recognizing a Palestinian state, repeatedly pushed for a ceasefire, implemented humanitarian sea corridor, resumed aid previously frozen by Trump in 2021. What about Biden? What about they spoke today? Biden, Netanyahu talk. This was just today they spoke for the first time in weeks, in a month actually. Chuck Schumer made a good speech. All right, let's see. What do we have that's new? Come on. Why is there no... Oh, God. Where's no AP or BBC or Reuters article about them talking for the first time? Are they maybe fact-checking? Is that why they're slower than, like, The Hill? Come on. Oh, the White House has a thing on it. No, that's from February. Biden, Netanyahu talk first time in month. Okay. Huh. Gotcha. Thank you, CNN. Let's go. We trust CNN because we're liberals. Okay. 3-minute read. President Joe Biden spoke by phone Monday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, their first known interaction in more than a month as a rift deepens between the two men over the war in Gaza. During the call, the White House said leaders discussed two key areas where tension has emerged in the relationship, including the necessity of getting more humanitarian aid into Gaza and the pending Oh, fucking Rafah. Holy shit. We'll do that one because that actually did get Netanyahu to change his tune. He was going to go in 10th of March. And Biden redlined it on them having a clear plan to evacuate citizens and to protect the people sheltering there. Okay, hang on. In a statement afterward, Netanyahu said he told Biden that Israel was committed to achieving its goals in Gaza while also providing the necessary humanitarian aid to the enclave. We talked about the latest developments in the war, including Israel's commitment to achieving all the costs of the war, the elimination of Hamas, the release of all our hostages, and the promise that Gaza will no longer pose a threat to Israel while providing the necessary humanitarian aid that helps achieve these goals. Monday's phone call, top allies. Biden called the speech good. Oh yeah, Schumer. Whoops. Okay. Netanyahu pushed back. It's inappropriate to go to a sister democracy and try to replace the elected leader. I thought you were popular, dickhead. You'll win an election. Okay, hang on. That's something that Israel, the Israeli public, does on its own. We're not a banana republic. Uh-oh. It is actually quite taboo to call for another democracy to have an election, but Hey ho. After speaking on a daily or weekly basis at the onset of conflict, Biden and Netanyahu now speak far less frequently. Their last phone call before Monday was on February 15th, the longest gap since October 7th. Tensions, blah, 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 blah. Rafah, a red line. Last weekend, an invasion of Rafah drew a red line. They were also going to condition aid over this to Israel. Red line over Israel's planned invasion of Rafah. Did not delineate how he would respond and said he would never cut off support for Israel entirely. Okay. So it's not clear yet. It's just maybes. All right. I'm going to go bathroom. Be right back. Oh. My fucking water. Shit. Okay. Let's see. Drew a red line over the invasion of Rafah. What exactly happened there? Biden, Netanyahu, Rafah, 10th March. I need to find the article where he said he was going to do this on the 10th. No. Maybe just go red line Rafah. Oh, is it here? This might be it. Hmm. Suspend the Camp David Accords. I didn't know that. Egypt was threatening to do that. Larfa would blow up talks. Why? Where's the thing about March? Oh, this is just an other story about. Oh no! Oh shit! Okay. So where's the red line? Fuck! Okay, what an annoying article. No. Just go Rafah red line. I swear he was going to do it on the 10th. Why didn't he do it on the 10th? Oh god, these are all newer ones though. February? Oh, he walked it back. Okay. Alright, that might be a problem. Okay. I'm never going to leave Israel. The defense of Israel is still critical. We'll go there, the Prime Minister said. You know, I have a red line. You know what the red line is? That October 7th doesn't happen again. Never happens again. Okay, cool. Wow. Washington attempted to clean up the president's comments. Oh, support. It's to do with civilian suffering, isn't it? That's what I thought it was saying all along, though. I don't think it never go to Rafah. Hmm. So maybe a newer statement would make sense. Frenemies to enemies. Cute. White House denies there are red lines. Oh. Whoop. Let's leave that one out then. What did they actually say? What was actually said? Paywall. Fucking paywall. Dick. Hang on. Thank you. How did that happen? I thought I was logged into the Times. The White House denied that Biden had set any red lines for Israel in its campaign against Hamas and Gaza, but warned again that Israel should not attack the city of Rafah, the southernmost city in the enclave, without protections for more than 1 million people sheltering there. Okay. The president didn't make any declarations or pronouncements or announcements. The president's national security advisor, red line Israel should not cross, blah, 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 blah. Rebuked Netanyahu. Must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost. Later, dismissed that contention as wrong. Okay. Said support remains steadfast. reports that Mr. Biden, if Israel proceeded with Rafah, might impose restrictions on how Israel can use the arms the United States is supplying it. We're not going to engage in hypotheticals. He repeated Mr. Biden's view that Israel should not attack Rafah without explaining how it would protect civilians who have taken refuge there. Where's the March 10th thing, though? Because if it means it's been delayed for that reason, that would be a good thing, but... So they're developing a plan. Okay. So civilian protections is in Israel invades Rafah? Against Israel invading Rafah without plan for civilians. Let's see. The officials respond by saying, developing a plan to evacuate civilians. To where? Would they have to go back into the middle of Gaza? This was on March 12th. Israel plan Rafah March 10th. Why did this not happen? Oh, March 10th deadline. So they were likely to do this earlier. Or did they actually not say? Did they just say, if you've got till March 10th and then afterwards we're going to start planning? Or...
Welcome back. We're off to the war in Gaza by the Israeli Defense Forces and call it a warning or ultimatum. But the IDF says its forces will expand military operation in Rafah if hostages held by Hamas are not released by March 10th. It was echoed by Israeli War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz, making it the first time Israel has ever announced when its troops would stage an invasion into Gaza's southern city.
That's her implying that they announced when they would invade. Announced deadline to Hamas for March 10th. Biden announces red line. Okay. So they were going to potentially do this without the plan to evacuate civilians. What the fuck? I don't know if that's true, though. I don't know if this news person has misinterpreted the statement, because you can give someone a deadline for the 10th and then the deadline passes, but you might not invade until a week later or 2 weeks later. Right? Does that make sense? But I haven't seen any clear wording on that from the statements. But But they okayed the plans on the 3rd. They're moving it on Friday, though, right? Invasion seems to have been pushed back to 22nd. Second at the time of writing. Okay. What about Biden, Israel, Hezbollah? What was here? 3 times a day they were on the phone. This is a thing. Thank God I had an article for this. American intelligence assessment found it would be difficult for Israel to succeed in a war against Hezbollah amid ongoing fighting in Gaza. Wow, really? Interesting. Diplomatic settlement, gallant, blah, 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 blah. Concerned. Warned. Where's the dissuade part? October 7th, 2 U.S. officials. Israeli officials initially were convinced that the Lebanese militant group was behind the Hamas incursion and had received bad intelligence that a Hezbollah attack was imminent I didn't know this, in the days after October 7th, according to 2 senior U.S. officials. There were deep fears in Israel that the government would miss the signs of another violent assault. Biden was on the phone up to 3 times a day, the senior administration official said, in part working to dissuade Israel from attacking Hezbollah, a move that would have resulted in all hell breaking loose, the official said. The Israelis' deep fears about the threat influenced Biden's decision to fly to Tel Aviv less than 2 weeks after the Hamas attack. Okay, this is really good. Dissuaded Israel from attacking Hezbollah. Going to war with Hezbollah, really. Declaring war. Hezbollah after October 7th. Let's take all this. This part is important. I did not know this. Okay. Cool. It's still wacky to think that a war with Hezbollah might still happen. Like, they haven't really de-escalated, I don't think. No, I think we're good. Pressured Israel to resume water supply, place sanctions on settlers and outposts, shift in policy potentially towards recognizing Palestinian state. Definitely more intention to plan some kind of reconstruction that involves the other Arab states. Ceasefire calls. Humanitarian sea corridor. Resumed aid frozen by Trump. Pushed against invasion of Rafah without plan for civilians. Dissuaded Israel from going to war with Hezbollah. Okay. We got our notes. Now I need a minute. Fuck me. All right. I also just thought I'd show you this because this is more or less how I would approach writing a video essay as well. It's just like, what are we going to do? We thought about the soundbite, like comparing Biden and Trump on Israel and Palestine. We thought about who our audience is. The audience here is most likely going to be left-leaning people, far left people, who are not convinced that Biden is any better for Palestinians than Trump is. And then showing the differences between the two, especially with the focus on how they have treated Palestinians in the past and even how they've commented on this war. We found out that Trump is much more eager to sell out Palestinian rights in his peace proposals, and he's far more willing to appease the Israeli right, for example, with allowing for a unified Jerusalem, which basically means that Palestinians lose their capital, allowing far bigger annexations of Area C, moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. We also know that Trump has cut funding to Palestinians that had to get resumed by Biden. We know that Trump's rhetoric on the war is far more hawkish than anything Biden said. Trump has basically said things about spilling blood, and like he's made statements about terrorists in the past, about killing their families. We know from, other than that, he's mostly gone quiet. But then, for example, more recently, Trump, his response to what Israel should do now was basically saying that Israel should just finish the problem. Whereas Biden was saying, don't go into Rafah without assurances for civilians, without evacuation routes, and without a plan for civilians. He's putting a lot of pressure when it comes to aid. He's fallen out with Netanyahu over humanitarian concerns in Gaza, specifically over Rafah and the humanitarian aid situation. He has put in humanitarian sea corridors unilaterally to facilitate aid to Gaza. And these are things that, like, yeah, Trump just wouldn't have done this. Like, it's so night and day. And also Biden is, even in the middle of this war, already, apparently, his administration is already considering, if Israel gets rid of Hamas, they're already considering a path towards statehood for Palestinians that would involve Saudi, Qatar. Anyway, that's where we are so far. Now I just want to watch some bullshit. Where is there bullshit to watch? How is Chat Logic doing rape reviews every single day? How is that possible? Bruh. I do not understand. George not found. Okay. Golly, what are we doing? I did not know that Noah abandoned the Bad Empanada fundraiser. Why did that happen? Does anyone know why? H3 versus Fresh and Fit. I could do that. Finish the Hassan stream. Nah. Nah. Maybe reasons. Oh, he's already got some hate videos about him. Apparently, you guys are saying he abandoned it. I don't know if he did. Apparently, he got backlash and decided not to do it. But I don't know. But I don't know if that's why. Noah Samson is horrible. Okay. Idiot influencers, Noah Samson. Bro. You got haters. Destiny. Keffels, genocide. Okay, whatever. Solving the... this video got 1 million views, bro. It's so funny. All right, okay. How my ADHD got me fired. My ADHD almost got me fired, but I quit, so they couldn't. They had no chance, bub. All right, hang on. Rape reviewer in chief. Okay. Debating
subreddit
fresh
about one of like the executives of
and
Reddit,
facts.
and just start digging to all of his. And we do that too. And I know it ain't easy.
Not doing bad and banana react. No, 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 no. We do not enable mental illness on this channel. Brr. Was it your shop job? Oh yeah.
It's a real operation to put on 3 live shows every week. So I gotta give you guys props for that.
By the way, I'm not too keen on watching this whole thing. So you are more than welcome to send me recommendations that are not this that I might watch instead. Okay, just make them good. Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate that, man. We even give you guys your kudos and say there's not many podcast live streamers. It's us, you, Tim Cast, and Crowder. That's really it that I could think of. That live, and PBD. They just started doing it. So
oh, they do.
Yeah,
Oh.
they do live stream podcasts as well. So, but most people don't do it for obvious reasons. So
Yeah,
it's not-
yeah, exactly. It's
so we definitely commend you guys as well.
nice. Also,
He's often been called the most dangerous philosopher in the West, locking horns with Dr. Jordan Peterson and captivating crowds at sellout speeches.
Very similar.
Oh, I said Zizek On Piers. Thank you. We're gonna watch this.
His best-selling books span everything from geopolitics to psychoanalysis and popular culture, all with a controversial communist bent.
At the most elementary level, you are not bullshitting. You are an open mind.
What is your view about where we are with this war?
There is no opposition. I agree with you. The West has to stop this ambiguous game, trying to support Ukraine, but not too much. Some people now claim that
holy fucking
Hamas is basically a armed resistance movement. In some sense, it is. Both sides have to accept they are condemned to live with one another there. If they don't do this, they will just be dying both. The problem with cancel culture is they're precisely excluding everyone who is diverse.
Slavoj Zizek joins Uncensored.
True. Most of you wankers are in here because you got excluded from some radical community. Especially the left-leaning Jews. Fuck being a left-leaning Jew in the English-speaking world right now. Bruh.
Well, great to have you.
And great to be with you. I'm really proud. You know why? Because although we probably don't share the same political view, I'll put it at the most elementary level, you are not bullshitting. You don't follow neither right-wing, not left-wing, woke dogma, and so on. You are an open mind. This is more than ever important today.
Well, thank you very much. And in fact, I was doing a lot of research into you, Slavoj, about your...
Did Piers get therapy? I feel like it wasn't even too long ago where he was going on a fucking crusade against Meghan Markle and shit, and then screaming at people and just interviewing people on his show on Britain and just trying to deliver people the most retarded fucking gotchas and like belligerent, couldn't think on his feet. Like even if he brought up the thing with Ash Sarkar, right? When he's trying to gotcha her about Obama because he just assumed that since she was progressive that she was a big Obama supporter, even though she's a communist. And she would explain this to him, but he just kept on going. He's like, why do you like Obama? I'm like, bro, she doesn't like Obama. She said like 5 times. He just kept going. It was fucking embarrassing. But now he's so different. He conducts these interviews with such a level of like just curiosity and measure, and he's like willing to bring on like the most possible like diverse guests and shit. Like, yeah, I don't know. He's just chill. I don't know. And normally people don't go through that kind of personal growth at the age of 35. I don't know how old Peter is. I don't know. Just play safe.
Views about various issues in the news. And as I went down the list, I realized we pretty much agree on almost everything going on. And I realized then that I must therefore be the second most dangerous philosopher in the West.
I am not surprised by it, because to provoke you and our public now, you know how I define myself, quite seriously. Moderately conservative communist. Don't go into panic. By communist, I simply mean I think that the present global capitalist system is approaching some kind of a crisis. Environment, migration, and so on and so on. That's all. A new practice of global solidarity will have to be activated. But here comes the moderate conservative but. I'm extremely skeptical then to any proposed measures that we have. Democracy. People say we need authentic democracy. Sorry, I'm here against Lincoln. You know, Lincoln's famous, you can deceive some people all the time, all the people sometimes, but not all the people all the time. Unfortunately, I think most of the time, most of the people are deceived. Second thing, freedom. What do you mean by freedom? Let's take decolonization. Yes, I am for it. But as a leftist, I am obsessed by how things went wrong in many cases of decolonization. Take Uganda. You know that they voted a law a couple of months ago,
killing gays,
unanimously almost, which makes homosexuality punishable even with death penalty. And they justify this with rejecting Western culture, colonialism. Or
wait, do they? There's a okay, I have to fact check Zizek sometimes, because sometimes I think he will fill in a little blank like that one if it makes his narrative sound better. But maybe he's right. I don't know. Uganda, rejection, law, gay, fucking death penalty. Did they really say it's because being gay is colonial? Where did he get that from? Why are you gay? True. Okay. Aggravated homosexuality, homosexual acts, campaigners, blah, 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 blah. HIV, stigma, activists, okay. Isn't that Putin's line that it's Western imperialism? That is true. I think he does say that, yeah. You can talk about J.K. Rowling. Bruh. Deviation from normal. Oh, he urged lawmakers to resist imperialist pressure. Bro! See, there we go. Zizek's got something there. That's not entirely off. Ugh! The imperial gaze. Doesn't even make sense because I don't know if gays had rights under colonial ruled Uganda. I don't know. Oh, the Western government suspended aid and imposed restrictions and sanctions. Okay, gotcha. Huh. Okay.
South Africa, one of my most depressive experiences.
Oh, the EFF.
I spoke recently with a very gentle old lady, very high positioned in African National Congress, and I asked her, what's the real situation in South Africa?
Yeah, because the first anti-gay laws in Uganda will have been during colonial rule. I don't think it's ever actually been not the case. That's weird. Incarceration for 14 years. Okay. Anyway.
Africa. You know what she told me? Nightmare. She told me more and more among the poor black majority, the atmosphere which dominates is nostalgia for apartheid.
I know the anti-gay laws in Palestine are from the mandate. I know that.
The standard of living for the blacks was more or less the same, maybe even slightly higher as now, but there was precisely because it was a police state, more public order, and so on and so on. These are the real problem. And I think the game that we should reject is blame the white. You know, oh, it's all effects of colonization. No, it's not so simple. The next thing that makes me really dangerous, maybe, hopefully, I think, is, you know, maybe you know it, what's my favorite philosophical joke? You know Niels Bohr, quantum physics and so on. No. He had a house outside Copenhagen, and a friend visited them and saw a horseshoe on the entrance door. This is, with us in Europe, a superstitious object. Allegedly, it prevents evil spirits to enter the house. And the friend asked Niels Bohr, listen, do you believe in this? This is bullshit. Aren't you a scientist? You know what Bohr answered? Of course, I don't believe in it, but I have it there because I was told it works even if you don't believe in it. Unfortunately, that's how all the democracy, legal system, human rights work today. Mostly we practice them, but we don't believe in them. We don't take them seriously.
Yeah, I think you may. Listen, I don't think you're dangerous at all. Let me talk to you first about Ukraine, Russia. I had a guy called John Mearsheimer on recently, who was arguing to me that Russia was provoked into this war, they shouldn't be blamed for it, and so on. I have a very different view. What is your view about where we are with this war?
This conversation is turning very bad because, again, there is no opposition. I agree with you. But what may be a surprise for you is that I agree with you as a leftist. That is to say...
That is not surprising at all. He doesn't have the Mearsheimer, does he? No.
Don't people listen, my God, to what Russia, their official media, Putin, and so on, what they are saying? Some of my crazy leftist friends even claim, but nonetheless, Russia is anti-NATO, so it must be good. Are they crazy? Look at whom Russia is supporting in Western Europe. Only the radical right-wingers. Le Pen, Alternative for Germany in Germany, and so on. Second thing, you know what Putin said on the day of the invasion, 21st and then 23rd of February? A year ago, or 2 years ago even. He said something terrifying. He said the true name of Russia should be Russia of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. So he wants to take from Ukrainians something that only, paradoxically, I'm very critical of Lenin, the early Bolsheviks gave them. So this is clear for Putin. He is in no way a leftist, my God. No. He's a dark, conservative, religious fanatic. That's why to provoke people, as you know, I think I said give even nuclear arms to Ukraine. As
Yeah,
a
well, on that point,
I'm saying.
On that point,
we have to
Slavoy,
do everything.
Yeah, I think it was a terrible mistake for Ukraine to be persuaded to give up their nuclear capability, because it seemed to me that was just a green light to Putin.
Well, without hindsight, keeping Ukraine as a newly formed country, mired in corruption, would have become the third largest nuclear power in the world. I think without hindsight at the time, it was probably reasonable to be like, okay, I don't feel like there should be this many nukes in this country. Like, that's quite wacky. That's insane. I don't think that was the answer at the time. With hindsight, you'd have probably left a couple of them and let some other countries administer them, but it's,
To then invade them.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, it's true that at that point, am I correct or not? I'm not sure. It wasn't yet Putin, it was Yeltsin.
Right.
But they should have taken this precaution.
Yeah.
Because it's clear, here I disagree with Mersheimer, it's clear that it's not just Ukraine. It's clear that it began with Georgia, Crimea, Moldova, and so on. No, Russia is, they openly say it, it's in an imperial expansionist state, and I think the longer we tolerate it, the more horrible will be the final confrontation.
Yes.
That's why, incidentally, I read, as far as I can, their media. You know, I hope we agree also here, one of the most stupid politically correct pacifist saying is an enemy is somebody whose words you did not listen. No, sorry, I read Hitler, Mein Kampf, and after reading that, he was even more my enemy. So that's why I think we should read what horrors they are saying. Russian media, they have a full return to religious fundamentalism. They portray the war in Ukraine as the war of Christian civilization against demoniac satanism and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, they are no less than Arabs. They are today in the worst sense, fanatical religious fundamentalists.
Yes.
They have to be stopped unconditionally. The West has to stop this ambiguous game of trying to support Ukraine, but not too much, so that we will not annoy Russia too much, and so that we will not hurt our standard of living too much. No, we are in an emergency state, we, Europe.
I completely agree with you. And I cannot understand, particularly can't understand.
It looks bad. When will we, I want nice.
Don't let him talk, Slavoj.
When will we disagree? Let's go on.
Let's move to Israel-Palestine. I don't think we will here either, because you've taken a view of trying to see both sides of this, and that's made you unpopular with both sides. And I've done the same, where
because as a young communist or whatever, Zizek was always my favorite one, and I don't have any regrets. He says some cringe shit about trans people or whatever, but I don't know. Yeah, he's I like it that he hasn't actually disappointed as much as the other ones. Yeah, he's cool.
I try and look at it fairly and understand the history, but also understand what happened on October the 7th and understand the questions over proportionality of response and so on. What is your view of where we are with the Israel-Hamas war and what's happening in Gaza?
First, to clarify things, even if some people now claim that Hamas is basically a armed resistance movement, in some sense it is. But nonetheless, many of its acts, most of its acts, especially October the 7th attack, were purely, clearly acts of terror.
Yes.
You know why? I didn't know people there. in that area attacked by Hamas. But they knew people who knew the people there, and they were shocked. You know that raving party, these were the most pacifist people in all of Israel, the young people. It was almost an act meant to be an act of solidarity with Gaza. The kibbutz Hamas slaughtered was a kibbutz well known for helping, even half illegally, people in Gaza all the time. So here things are absolutely clear. At the same time, I have big problems with this almost, I would say, pseudo-religious nationalist twist by Netanyahu and especially some guys in his government who even use the terms Palestinians are like Amalek, those in the Bible slaughtered and so on. And especially what's problematic with me is West Bank. There a slow colonization is happening. Now, on behalf of Israel, I admit one thing. The main culprit is...
Yeah, it shouldn't be happening.
And the main culprit is, don't you think... Yeah.
I just don't... I think what's happening on the West Bank is...
really surprise you.
Don't let him talk.
I just want to say, Slavo, I think that what's happening on the West Bank is actually... that's the one thing everybody should agree is completely wrong. You know, you can argue about the proportionality of Israel's attacks in Gaza, but nobody should be happy with what the Israeli settlers are doing on the West Bank. It's completely wrong.
And now I will tell you something that will not shock you. You appear to me a more reasonable being, but what shocks many of my friends. You know who is, for me, at this point, the greatest voice of reason there? Two ex-Secret Service Israeli chiefs. Especially, did you read the interview by ex-Shin Bet chief, Ayalan? He said that the formula there is give Palestinians a hope, and that's the only way, long-term way to peace. And he even proposes a scenario. You have Marwan Barghouti, who is for 20 years in prison, had an aura of Mandela, but he is now, I know people who spoke with him, absolutely for a peaceful solution and so on and so on. So for me, the true...
Is that true? I keep hearing mixed opinions about Barghouti. I hear people saying that he supported October 7th, but then I hear other people saying that he still wants a peaceful... I guess you could say both, but probably harder to hold both positions. I still have faith in Mr. Barghouti, but that's probably just for not really rational reasons.
Horror is that Hamas and the Israeli hardliners are in a tango embrace, strengthening each other. I think, and here I agree with Yuval Harari, when he speaks about the struggle of the two souls of Israel.
I wonder, hey, Israelis, because I know there are a few of you in here. We know what Barghouti did. He did some pretty horrible things. Would you favor a Hamas surrender that includes they turn it over to whatever international Qatar Saudi technocrat administration in Gaza, but the other condition is that Barghouti gets released from prison so they can hold elections? Would you be in favor of that? Seems fine to me. You'd negotiate with a terrorist.
More open, pacifist soul, and here, I'm not a utopian. I'm not saying Israel should disband secret services. No, I'm not crazy. I'm just saying both sides have to accept that, as Ayalan put it,
No, but this is because Barghouti is a political unknown. He's not a political unknown. He's the most popular leader in Palestine. He's still more popular than Hamas. He would win an election if right now, according to the polls, despite Hamas fucking blowing the cock up. I've been watching you on streams for a year now. Just noticed you have a channel with scripted videos, Lamau. Yeah, that's true. I do those. Hang on. Maybe I'll say as well.
They are condemned to live with one another there. If they don't do this, they will just be dying both together there. And it's incredible how in this sensitive situation you say things like this, and at the same time you, I mean me now, are attacked as anti-Semitic Hamas supporter, and from the other side in Al Jazeera there was a whole campaign against me that I am just a soft liberal Zionist and so on and so on.
God.
It's a very sad situation.
Well, we live in a very strange world, don't we, where everyone is very tribal, is fueled by social media. You have to take a side. You have to be implacably on one side or another. And you, even if facts change, you can't change your opinion or support for your tribe, if you like. And what that means is that free speech becomes under more and more threat because people dare not actually express their honestly held opinion. That's why you and I get attacked by people on both sides of a lot of these debates.
Both sides?
Because we refuse to be put into a box.
A what?
Absolutely. And I think those who are especially suffering or are affected by this is the so-called, let's call it, liberal, moderate left, with the madness of wokeism, cancel culture, and so on. Why? What for me the problem with cancel culture? It's evident to me as a philosopher. They preach inclusion and diversity. But what are they doing? They are precisely excluding everyone who is diverse, who doesn't follow their line.
Yes,
and
exactly.
the situation is extremely annoying, because you even don't know the rules in advance. You know, all of a sudden, for something, you can be cancelled. The rules are not clear. So you know what this cancel culture reminds me of? You know, this eternal joke, everybody knows it. A researcher comes to a...
Oh yeah, by the way, it reminded me of the Mearsheimer thing when you were just saying. I have a new video, guys. It's coming out maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. I don't know. It's coming out soon. But in the meantime, you can access it on Patreon if you wish. So I will give you a link. It's a stream with, it's a video essay with me and Dylan Burns. It's a collab. It's an hour long. And it's all about why Mearsheimer was wrong about Ukraine. So there you go. Also, if you guys like supporting me, if that makes you happy, Patreon's probably the best way you can do it because of the ratios that they take. Yeah, it's probably the best way you can support me. And it's like a monthly thing. It doesn't cost much. There's different tiers, you know. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Lone tribe and ask them, do you still have cannibals there? The answer they get is, no, we just ate the last cannibal last week, you know. That's what cancel culture is.
He's in Baltimore right now, I think.
No, we have...
No, not Baltimore.
No, male chauvinism, exclusionism, whatever here, yeah. Because we just excluded the last one. That's the reality. That's the tragedy of cancel culture.
Yes.
I agree in principle with their goals, some of, not, but generally. But the way they want to enforce their goals, the very way they do what they are doing, undermines what they are doing. It's a tragedy. And as such, they are giving arguments, energy to the new populist right. They fit together. For me, the new populist right and this woke, politically correct, cancel culture left are simply two sides of the same coin.
I completely agree. In fact, I would go further and say that they're basically both forms of fascism. And the irony about the woke left is that if you ask them what's the thing you hate most in the world, they would probably say fascism. And yet the way they behave in
I don't like that analysis so much. Yeah.
canceling people for having opinions.
Wait, people on my Patreon have just become free members. My videos are not accessible to free members, are they? I don't know what the fuck this Patreon function even is. Am I getting scammed by my own viewers? I don't think the free members thing actually lets you view videos, does it? Because if it does, I need to do some adjustments. God. Well, anyway.
In trying to destroy their lives, in cancelling history and cancelling everything in life that people enjoy, is that they're behaving exactly like fascists would behave.
Here I would,
I would disagree. He means authoritarian, but fascists and leftists pursue authoritarianism for different reasons and through different priors, I would say.
Completely disagree with you.
Finally!
Freudian slip.
Finally!
I completely. No. I agree with you. I would just be careful with the term fascism, because if we define fascism in a broader sense, not anti-Semitism, kill all the enemy, but the basic idea of fascism is, for me, we want modern technology, modernization, and so on, but we don't want the disruptive effects of freedom, liberalism. We want to control it by some central, national imposed ideology and strong party. Then, you know how far I'm here ready to go. Take countries like Russia, like India, like Turkey, and maybe China itself. In some sense, this broad sense, not exactly Nazism, they are all moving in this.
The free follow is mainly just for people to follow if you ever post an open and free update. Oh, okay. Well, I got 8 free followers, you guys. Thank you.
Direction of at least, if not more, soft fascism. Modernization, yes, but bridled, controlled by a strong centralized state and founded in some nationalist ideology.
But I would say you're not necessarily disagreeing with me, because I totally understand that that is the definition of fascism. But the ideology of fascists is that you will behave the way we tell you to behave.
That doesn't have to be fascism. That he's confusing authoritarianism with fascism. Because socialists who hate the fuck out of fascists can pursue the same lines for different reasons. Fascism is not fascism because they're authoritarian. Like, authoritarianism is just part of fascism. Yeah.
And if you don't, we'll kill you. Either in reality, we'll literally kill you, or in the case of the woke left, which Elon Musk calls the woke mind virus, we will kill off your ability to have an opinion. And we'll ruin your life for having an opinion. That is the same kind of thinking of a fascist. It's you will conform to the way that I decide you will lead your life, or we will destroy you.
I agree with you, but I would just add something, that there is another phenomenon in our Western liberal countries, a phenomenon which worries me even more. In marginal media and so on, you still can say important things, but in some sense, the effect is cancelled. Like, you can, up to a point, tell the truth about ecology, about I don't know what, but yeah, we all agree, and then it goes on. I know this because I was years ago in psychoanalysis, diagnosed by obsessional neurotic. And I will tell you now a funny detail what happened to me. I was talking during the session. There were short sessions all the time. Why? Because I wanted to I didn't want even to give a second to the analyst to ask me some tough questions. So the idea was talk, 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 not so that you achieve something, but to make it sure that nothing will change. And I think that, you know, a lot of today's tolerated criticism works like this. If you allow me, it's in my nature. In my genes, I cannot change it. A wonderful, I use it often, dirty joke, not too dirty still for the public, from I think even a pre-revolutionary
We're uncensored,
Russia.
you can fire away.
In medieval times when Russia was,
is this about the balls and dust?
Occupied by Tatars. Okay, a Russian couple, farmer and his wife, walk on the street. A Tatar comes on a horse and says, I will now rape your wife. But not only you have to watch it, you have to hold my testicles so that when I'm raping her, there will be no dust on my testicles. Okay, the Tatar does it, rides away. And then the farmer starts to jump out of pleasure. Ha ha, I won. The horrified wife says, in what sense? I was raped. The farmer said, but ha ha ha, no, his balls are full of dust, you know, like I didn't hold them. A lot of criticism, especially leftist criticism, remains at this level. Instead of confronting the true basic questions, we remain at this superficial level.
The most fascinating revelation about you recently, Slavoj, was
it's the whole argument that people are. I first heard him do this joke in like 2008, and it's the whole point is just him saying that people tend to pursue symbolic victories over actually any material change. That's it. That's all he's saying there. Yeah.
Explaining that Elon Musk
or the other alternative is they care more about hurting their opponents than they care about helping the people they support. Yeah, there's another one. What is this? Another Shifa video. That is a ninja. That's them shooting. That's a gun. Oh. Okay, thanks.
Ruined your sex life. Could you explain that?
Of course, this is my typical rhetorical exaggeration, but I can exactly tell you what I meant. I developed this in a book that I wrote on dangers on what Elon Musk calls Neuralink. The idea of the immediate contact between our brains. First, my thoughts can be read by a computer. Computer is linked to your brain. So that's Elon Musk's dream. We even will no longer need language. But isn't sexuality something that needs language? All the flirting, the erotic games, and so on, thrive in this gap between what you can say, what you only hint at, and so on. Imagine what happens in this society where our brains are directly linked. I see somebody, a woman, a man, a they, I don't care whom I consider desirable. We just look at each other and, if I'm lucky, both of us in our brain think, okay, let's do it, and we do it.
Seeing a lot of leftoids upset that they're getting banned on here for posting the Stone Toss docs. Good news is, I found a great website that allows you to do this. Sign up here, Kiwi Farms. Oh dear. Good. Very good.
I claim this is no longer sexual.
Yeah, Stone Toss got doxxed, and it turns out he's like Hispanic or some shit, or Puerto Rican.
Fascinating. Let me ask you about the most contentious debate in the world right now following the Oscars, which is Oppenheimer versus Barbie. I interviewed Werner Herzog recently, who said that he tried to watch Barbie. He got about half an hour into it, and said he deduced that could it be that the world of Barbie is sheer hell? Would you agree with that?
I agree with him. But you know in what sense? It's sense in the sense that what I moderately liked about the movie was that it takes place among Barbie and other dolls and so on, and it's nice to fantasize about it. But in itself, this world is hell. And we know it. But the deeper question here for me is, why then do we need to dream about something of which deep in ourselves, we are well aware that this is hell? About Oppenheimer, and I'm saying with you, good guy, it took you half an hour. To me, it took 10 minutes. I couldn't watch it further. About Oppenheimer. Yeah. You know what I didn't like in the movie? I liked all these political implications and so on. Although I'm not simply even on Oppenheimer's side. I think that his idea that the United States should not further develop nuclear weapons because then Russia will, is simply wrong. Russia would have done it in any way and so on. But I like the political aspect. What I didn't like is this pseudo-Oriental Hindu depth of, Bhagavad Gita, all that stuff. And let me briefly explain to you why. This got me a couple of months ago in deep trouble in India. The first sexual act, Florence Hugh making love with Oppenheimer. Yes. And she asked him or she her to quote, read Bhagavad Gita. Okay, Indians exploded. Okay. They said, sorry, this is our sacred book. How can you spoil it, putting it into such a dirty context of illegitimate sex? You know what was my reply? I agree with you, but in the opposite sense. You have a beautiful, loving sexual act, and you spoil it by quoting one of the dirtiest books of all the time. You don't believe me? Let me tell you a fact. Do you know that Bhagavad Gita was a favored book of Heinrich Himmler, the author of Holocaust, chief of SS? You know why? Yeah, he thought, in an ironic sense, ethically. His problem was this. SS officers and soldiers had to do horrible things, killing Jewish women, children, and so on. How can they do this without becoming bestial, brutal themselves? And his reply was, Bhagavad Gita, don't identify with your acts, act at a distance from yourself. So no wonder that some kind of this pseudo-Oriental thought is extremely popular among
Did you cover the Fuck me, I hate
parts
the
of the new elite. Like, you are doing horrible things, but you say, no, I'm just acting this is not the real me, and so on and so on.
Or like, it's like the dissociating people. People are like dissociated. Like, convenient. Okay. Or people think they're serving a higher cause as a whole thing. Yeah, fuck. Anyway, sorry.
You see, but that's my problem with Oppenheimer. Less of that Oriental stuff of mysteries and so on, and more about political background and so on.
Fascinating. What is your view of Donald Trump? And do you think he's going to win back the White House?
He can. But again, now you will see why here I get hatred from both sides. On the one hand, especially considering the global situation, I think Trump's victory would have meant that United States will become one among the so-called BRICS countries. And their formula, I'm opposed to BRICS. Their formula is You have your way of life, we have ours, let's tolerate each other. We have seen what this means when Taliban won in Afghanistan. There was immediate peace between Taliban, the new regime, and China. The deal was, although you are Muslims, allow us Chinese to do what we want with Uyghur Muslims. We allow you what you want to do with women's rights, and so on and so on. So here I have a problem, and so with Trump, let me tell you a joke which I constructed. It's a paraphrase of an old joke from communism.
Hey.
Imagine that. 3 big names in today's politics. Putin, Xi, the boss of China, and Trump are allowed briefly to confront God, and each of them can ask God a question. First, Putin asks, tell me what will be with my beloved Russia in next years. God says, looks bad. Not about Ukraine war, but you will be in a couple of years an economic province of China, basically economically colonized by China. Putin turns around and starts to cry. Then he turns to God and asks, what about China? Will we be so strong? God says, sorry, I also have bad news for you. Your economic miracle will stop. You will either have to go to war to China, with Taiwan, new militarization, or you will have to rely to Taiwan for economic. Then Trump says, oh, wonderful, America will remain. So what will happen in America if I am elected president again? You can guess my answer. God turns around and starts to cry. So what's my point here? I am not totally against Trump, because you know what you should never forget, with all my critique of Trump, that this Trumpian new populism didn't fall from the moon. It is an outcome, a result of the failure of the standard welfare state American left liberal society. Something went wrong there. And I think that that's the problem with Biden. I remember his inauguration. It was for me an utterly disgusting spectacle. It was a simple mistake. Let's return to the glorious...
What happened there?
Inauguration. It was for me an utterly disgusting spectacle. It was a simple mistake.
He got clipped.
Let's return to the glorious American dream welfare state pass. So that I think, although I don't fully agree with him, the moment of truth there at the inauguration was, you remember Bernie Sanders sitting alone. He caught the show, you know. Millions felt something is wrong in this spectacle. So the lesson for so-called democratic modern left in the United States from me is, don't just hit at Trump. Ask yourself what you were doing wrong, so that we have such a strong wave of populism. Because although I disagree with Trump, his basic idea that new mega corporations are controlling not only whatever remains of the working class, but also of, let's call them naively, small new creative capitalists, is in some sense true. This is why my leftist friend, with whom I don't always agree, but here I conditionally agree with him, what my leftist friend Yanis Varoufakis claims in his new book, Techno-Feudalism. These new mega corporations more and more resemble old feudal masters controlling a whole domain of our social life. So, you know, the situation is here very complex. So instead of just criticizing Trump, let's ask, what did he perceive that the standard liberal democratic left is ignoring?
This has been fascinating. Slavoj. I was going to ask you at the end whether you had any opinion about the royal family, given everybody else does right now.
He still cares a lot about the royal family.
I'm
Never
not
taken that away from him.
fascinated by them, but I can tell you something which may be a shock for you. This is my last text that I published, namely in defense of Hegel's theory of monarchy. Hegel, the great German idealist, defended monarchy not as a king with full executive power, but a king as a purely symbolic figure, which, just as Hegel puts it, signs his or her name, dots the I. This is important because without such a figure on the top, you get the reign of experts, which is the worst thing that can happen. It's the end of democracy. So
True. How embarrassing that Britain's constitutional monarchy with an unwritten constitution where occasionally people run through the House of Commons with fucking maces and swords has had less challenges to our democracy in the last 100 years than fucking the United States has. Whoa, that's crazy, dude. You need more majesty behind your authority, you know? That's what you miss.
I think that, of course, we cannot return today to an old-style monarchy. But it's important that on the top of the state, there is, sorry for the expression, an idiot like we all ordinary people. He stands for us, this. The paradox of a king, for me, a good monarch, is that he is like one of us. He stands there for common sense, not for some special knowledge and so on and so on. That's, in this sense, I see, crazy as it may sound, a potential positive role of monarchy. Today it's not possible, but there are other options like lottery and so on. So I think that the persistence of monarchy signals a serious limitation of our traditional representative democracy. And again, let's not just dismiss it as a remainder of some reactionary past. Let's see why does it persist? What is no longer working as it should in our representative democracies?
Once again, Slavoj, I find myself nodding away. So people may call you the most dangerous philosopher in the West, but I think we found an awful lot of common ground. So either I am equally dangerous, or actually you're a voice of common sense in a sea of tribalistic madness.
He hates that, but it's not the fuck out of him.
Very important what you said now, because you know that now I come to another point which will bring us to this. That's why don't know where he is now politically, but I have sympathies for people like Bernie Sanders. I'm not talking about politics now, but about how they function. Is that he, for me,
he's cutting out.
Not in what he says, but in the way he acts. A true postmodern relativist. He makes fun of everything, obscenities, and so on and so on. But I think that Bernie Sanders often, almost I would say, stands for common decency and moral majority. I think that if a new progressive left wants to have any chance, they should stop to despise ordinary people and accept that the main focus of politics should be how to not dupe, but convince, mobilize ordinary people in appealing to their best moral instincts and so on and so on. Let's not be afraid of this term moral majority.
Slavoj Zizek, what an absolute pleasure to interview you. What a fascinating conversation. I think people are going to love this, and I really appreciate you going uncensored tonight.
Let's
Thank you.
hope so. It was a pleasure for me also. Thank you.
That was just nice for me to watch. I'm just writing the fucking... I was just enjoying that. No commentary. Fuck you. Jacking it. I was getting notes. I'm getting all the references for my Ukraine video because it's been approved. Ukraine bailout. Could derail. Could derail. What is it? Russia's Putin's drive. Okay. I feel like I could get a more efficient way to do this reference list than just taking the name, article title, link, because it might be easier to just be like, because no one cares who wrote the fucking Guardian article in March 22nd, 2014, right? No one cares about that shit. I think next time I'm going to do this, I'm going to start organizing it and have the books at the top, like the main texts, and then just segment each one. Like, here is the Bucharest summit, here's the Budapest memorandum, here's the link for this timestamp, like, or for this claim. Maybe just do it like that. If I just post links, it's just an absolute state. No. I'll put this up for now, and then we'll just fucking... I'll put this one up for now, and then we'll edit it later. Because I do, in fact, need to go, I think. Let me see. Because I want to... There's... Some of the stuff I want to stream about is stuff that I have to prepare off stream. Like, I don't want to read a book on stream. That's just... I can read bits, but not reading a full book on stream. That's cringe. And if I want to do that, I need to take time off stream as well. But you could post a link to a Google Doc, but that's basically the same thing. That's basically the same thing as just having my reference list. I'll link to a Google Doc if I run out of space, but yeah. Fuck knows. Anyway, that new video is scheduled to go up for 3 minutes from now. I'd watch you read a book. I know some of you guys would watch me read a book, okay? And I really appreciate it. Also, I have to do donos. Fuck me. What are the goddamn... donos? You want to read Smugbug? Of course. Gurg, thanks for the €2. Really appreciate that. Seen the Tafts clip for Norm dropping a fat hard R? No, I haven't. No, sorry. Vovia, thanks for the tier 3 sub. And Mugen Inc., $2. Are you and Beast ever going to make a vid together again? Maybe live stream stuff. I don't think prepared content collabs are good for me. They frustrate the fuck out of me. It's no offense to the people I'm working with. It's just, it's not for me. I would watch you watch paint dry. True. Library stream. Fuck off. What book? Still Righteous Victims. Just getting to the end of it. Slowly, surely, you know. God. Okay. Where would I want to send you guys? Is Smugbug on? If Smugbug's on, we should go that way. And I'm also going to do that Biden-Trump thing tomorrow, because it'll all make sense by tomorrow. Redirect. Yeah, Smugbug's live. Good. I'll send you guys there, okay? Go there. Nice one. Like you guys. Love you, some of you. Who knows? All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye.